I'll turn it over to him. I have to repeat all that now?
Nope.
Not even on the record, you know,
That's right.
about
If you
Bruce.
get chilly.
But I'll turn it over to Bruce and he can kind of go through some more of the credentials and kick us off.
Thank you, Steve. Delighted to be back here. Can we go around and just do me a favor? I know I said hi to everybody who walked into the room. I'm not sure who's on Zoom. Derek, I heard your voice, but I haven't seen your face yet. But go around and just tell me, one, name, and secondly, how long have you been a Realtor and what position you hold with the Franklin County Association, okay?
I'm just gonna circulate the, you guys can pull up. Sorry, Bruce.
Yeah, you want to start down that end, Steve?
Yeah, but I missed the criteria. I was messing with the, well, good morning. I'm Stephen Flannery III, SF3 to some of you. I'm the outgoing president, but I'm sitting close to the door.
How long have you been a Realtor?
Been in real estate since I got licensed in 08, and I think been a Realtor in 09. So whatever that math is,
12 years.
long enough.
Yeah.
And part of these misfits, managed the Washington office with little bits there, and it's been, again, like I said, Friday, my pleasure to serve on this board, and happy that everybody that's here is involved and gonna be there.
Good.
What else did you want? I didn't know.
Yeah, all right, good. Steve?
Steve Leaker, Remax today. I'm going to be the 2022 chairman of the Franklin County Board of Realtors. I've been a Realtor for going on the 24th year. I started in '98. I sold John Deere equipment before that, and I live on a farm near Campbellton, Missouri.
Thank you, appreciate that. Hi, Sonia.
Hi there, Sonia with Legacy Realty. I've been a Realtor since 2015. I have, I guess I'm the incoming president-elect, current secretary for the Franklin County Board of Realtors.
Amanda?
I'm Amanda, your association executive. I've been here since 2019. So the first ever Realtor anything was with Bruce. Our first strat planning.
That's right. Walked in the door.
Yeah, brand new.
Becky?
I got my license in 1980, ended up worked for a couple of years, then got out of the real estate, had a family, came back in 2010 and worked for a broker, and my license are currently in holding, and I work here as assistant to Amanda and staff in financials.
Very nice. Thank you. Your hospitality, every time I show up is very, very, very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Morning, Liz.
Liz Stemley. I work at Remax. I've been in real estate since 1980, active. I didn't take any
I thought
time
I
off.
was the old one here.
I am, seriously, but it's been a great career. So, and I am the local director for the first time.
And Liz received Realtor Emeritus last year.
Very nice. Congratulations.
Thank you for taking care of that.
Michelle Stone, and I'm broker owner of Missouri Land Sales. 30 years in January, it'll be 30 years. And I'm a board director, second year, I think.
Thank you.
I'm Peggy Overschmidt. I work for Sullivan Bank. I'm not a realtor. I was asked to be on this, I guess, to give a different perspective, but I've been in lending right about 35 years. Been with Sullivan Bank right at 10 years.
We appreciate you being here as a key affiliate.
Thank you.
Who's on Zoom with us?
Good morning, I'm Sue Ann Taylor with Remax today. I started serving on the board there at Franklin County in 2007, was the 2013, is that right, Rachel, or 2012?
12.
President, sorry, 2012 president of the board.
I guess I'll go next. I'm Rachel. I'm with Remax today as well. I was the 2013 president of the board. I served as a director before that. I don't know, is this my third round as a director? I'm losing my mind, but something like that. I am a state director as well. or probably also the third round or something like that.
Thank you, Rachel. Mark?
I'm Ginger Brinker. I'm also with Remax today. I've been a realtor for 20 years. I've been a director on the board for 3. I'm the incoming secretary, and I've also served on different committees and different capacities for the board throughout the year.
Thanks, thank you.
I'm Mark Thayer. I'm with Coldwell Banker Premier, and this is my second go around as a local director. And I've been a realtor for 19 years.
Excellent, thank you.
That leave.
You're up, Derek.
All right. Yep. I'm a past president, 2019. I joined the realtor world in 2010. I started in real estate in 2006 after graduating college, and I am currently an NAR director and on pace to be Missouri Realtors president in 2024. I've loved being involved with our local board and hope to continue the wonderful process we started a while back and will continue here today.
You inadvertently omitted probably the most important opportunity that you are going to be picking up in responsibilities in January.
Oh, you mean as part of Maris?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm also on pace. I'll be a Maris board member this year, next year, and the year following, having won an election, and I will more than likely be the chair of Maris next year as well.
Forward to that, Derek. Thank you very much.
We have one more coming.
All right.
Who we are.
Yep, how long you been a realtor?
Okay, Brian Zone, I'm with Remax Golden Washington, been a realtor for 9 years. I was a director for 3 years, and on the committee now. And yeah, I got into real estate to take care of my family as an extra bump to the income, and I think took over my life. So
Thank you. If my math is correct, you have about 250 years of realtor experience sitting in this room. So you should have all the insights and experiences necessary to really put together a terrific plan for this association to have as a roadmap going forward. I always say there's 2 real reasons to do strategic planning. One is obviously to have a plan that's flexible, that you can change as situations change, but you definitely want to have your association board who govern the organization and set the long-term vision for the organization. You have your staff and your committees who work on behalf of the board and help implement that vision. And that's half of the strategic planning process. The other half is just getting everybody every couple of years on the same page to really understand and embrace what's important for the association, and more importantly, what you are here to do that helps your members to continue to be successful and profitable. So with that in mind, if you'll put the PowerPoint presentation up on the screen, we're going to work for the most part on the screen. And those of you who are on Zoom, I do not mind if you keep your audio open, unless you start having a dog in the background barking or something. And just jump in at any given point that there's a comment or a story or an experience that you believe will enrich our ability to relate and understand what we're doing here. So first and foremost, this is the 2021 strategic planning process, but you're really building the 2022-23 and into 24. It's usually a 2 to 3 year plan that we're building. And sometimes we end up extending those things when a pandemic shows up, but a plan is most effective, and we can normally think out 2 to 3 years pretty clearly. I gave you an agenda on the next slide that is, there you go. Just what we're going to work through today, and I think we can move through this pretty effectively. I want to show you a little example of strategic thinking. And it's an example called Big Rocks. And if some of you have experienced it before, just kind of go along with me. And then we're going to look at the State of the Association from what you accomplished or what we were unable to accomplish, or what's still relevant or not relevant from the 2019 plan, so that we can identify and bring forward those things that we still need to embrace and continue to work on. And then I want to show you the results of that pre-retreat survey, and I thank those of you who responded. We had a sufficient representation that I think it does represent the thinking of the group. And from there, taking the 2019 plan and the pre-retreat survey results, we'll start to build on the key initiatives going forward. And once you've identified strategically where you think you are going for the next couple of years, in conclusion, I want to put the mission statement up, and I want to validate it at the end of the session. A lot of times you get into the mission statement at the beginning to try to redefine who we are, how we serve our members, and we start wordsmithing the mission statement, and we just get down into the mushrooms. I find that if I put it at the end of the session, we elevate it. Very often we say, hey, the mission statement still totally represents what we plan today for the next couple of years. And once in a while, we've come up with something where we want to tweak that mission statement and just adjust it accordingly, but it needs to reflect obviously where we're going as an organization. Let me show you the Big Rocks example. If I came in, I'm going to stand up here in the room, but if I walked in, go to the next slide. And I brought a large flower vase. I'm holding my hands about a good 2 feet apart, and I set it here on the table. And this vase is a pretty good sized vase, nice solid crystal vase, and the opening at the top is a good 10, 12 inches around. Okay, and then I reach underneath the table, and I have a bag of very smooth rocks, and these rocks range in size from about a golf ball to about the size of the little squeeze balls that I brought you today. And I lower those, go to the next slide, into the jar until the jar is filled all the way to the top with these balls. And I say, Sonia, is the jar full now?
Don't ask me, I don't understand instruction.
Go ahead, answer it anyway.
Yes.
It's not.
No,
Why not?
because they're still for smaller items.
There's space in between those rocks. There's space between the big rocks. And so I reach down now and I have a bag of very fine pebbles, polished pebbles. And I scoop the pebbles into this jar and I shake the vase again, and the pebbles all kind of shake down and they fill up that space between the big rocks. And I say, okay, now Liz, I've now filled the jar with big rocks and with pebbles. Is it full now?
Yes. Well, I would say
No.
yes. No, she says no, so
Yeah.
no. She's been here on.
There you go. Go along with the crowd.
Yeah, go.
There's still space in between the rocks and
Tiny.
the pebbles. So I have a bag of very fine sand, and I take the sand, next slide, and I scoop the sand into this vase, and I shake the vase, and this very fine white sand filters all the way down, and it fills all this space up in between the big rocks and the pebbles. And now I've got big rocks, pebbles, and sand all the way to the top. What do you think now?
I don't want to say. Yeah, I would say probably.
Might be full. Anybody else have an idea?
If you say no, I don't.
No?
I don't think so.
What else, Becky?
I think you put water in there.
Yeah, there's still some air in between the rocks and the sand and the pebbles. And so I have a pitcher of water and I pour this water into the vase and the water trickles down and it fills up all of that air in between the big rocks and the pebbles and the sand. And I finally get it all the way to the top. And I say, is it now reasonable that this vase is probably full? My son argued with me and said, no, there's always room for a beer. But but clearly now we have probably filled the vase. So my question to you is, what's the lesson to be learned here? What's the moral of this story, so to speak?
There's always room.
There's always room to do a little bit more, okay? Other thoughts?
You don't start with the big rocks.
There you go, there you go. If we don't start with the big rocks, if you don't put the big rocks in first, you're never gonna get around to them. You're never gonna be able to get them in at all. And strategic planning is dealing with the big rocks that are important to this association and important to your members. And so I would ask you, I'll certainly continue to try to ask the question, is this discussion a big rock discussion, or have we dropped down into the sand and pebbles? Because the sand and pebbles are interesting in their stories, and we certainly can go there. But if we're gonna get out of here in a timely manner and have a plan that really makes a difference to this association, we got to focus on the big rocks. Okay? And don't be afraid to challenge each other and say, hey, is that a big rock discussion? Because sometimes it sounds like it's sand or pebbles, but we bring it back around and make a major statement that turns it into a big rock. Okay, if you don't start with big rocks, you never get them at all. Keep moving. I'm going to show you some slides. These were done, some of them were done by the National Association of Realtors in their member satisfaction survey earlier this year. And some of these I have borrowed with permission from St. Louis Realtors. I just worked with their board in strategic planning this past month. And since we don't have a current member satisfaction survey for Franklin County, I think that the numbers and the message of these particular slides are pretty much relevant for realtors across the country. It may vary a little bit in terms of being in a more rural setting than in a city setting, but I think that the points that I'm trying to get across to you are still very, very relevant. We asked people how long they've been a realtor, and you heard as we went around the room today that you've got some folks who have 20, 30, almost somebody had almost 40 years. And then you have some people who are relatively new to real estate. Across the country, the point that I want to make to you is that as the governors of this association, you're dealing with two very major groups of people. About 27% who have less than 4 years experience, and they're still learning, and they're still getting confident, and they're still understanding all of the guidelines and laws and ethics and everything else that makes a good realtor. And then you have, certainly some number who have 5 to 9 years, and up to 14 and up to 19. And then you have a huge number, about 32% of your membership that have over 20 years experience. So when you're making a decision, or you're implementing a program, or you're conducting an event, you're almost always having to think in terms of what's going to be the appropriate way in which we reach out to these very young people who are still very eager to learn or very much resistant to learning, and then the people who really have the knowledge and really are established and who are really are more senior staff. You're going to see in a couple of occasions that either by age or by years of experience, that we have a pretty good senior group. This is probably one of the few industries that a good number, a huge majority of people are attracted into becoming realtors as a second career or as a retirement career. And because of that, you're very often dealing with a group that is very mature and a group that's really learning maturity at the same time. So as we get into some of the discussions of specifics, just kind of keep in mind that we're really always having to think about two very different extreme audiences. Okay. Across the country, about twice as many women are realtors as men. Statistically, it's pretty consistent. Although in leadership, it tends to flip. More men tend to get involved in leadership. And I think that it's important for us to continue to recognize that women are coming into this industry at a rate of at least 2 to 1. Different lifestyles, different family responsibilities, different orientation to how they deal with people. Here's the age group spread. Well, the average is about 55. You can see that a very small group of people, partly because of the commission structure, partly because realtor careers are not promoted in high schools and colleges. You walk into the average high school career counselor's office, you're hard pressed to find any literature about a career in real estate. You'll find every other career with a brochure on the wall. I very often will say that, nobody talks about going into real estate, and a lot of firms are willing to work with young people on a flat salary basis for a period of time while they get their license and while they become realtors or partner with a realtor. But we don't think in terms of attracting those younger people into this industry. People tend to enter into the industry to a greater degree in their 40s and to a much greater degree in their 50s and 60s. I had an association down in Texas where a couple of board members were just really, really eager to bring an additional value of medical insurance program to their members. And I said, would you do me a favor and would you send out a quick survey on your question of the day kind of a program that they have on their website, and just ask people how many of them would even be responsible interest. Well, most of the members were on Medicare. Yeah, they get a very, very small response. And if you only insure those people who are the younger people, you start ending up dealing with a very cost prohibitive price. So a lot of times just knowing who your audience is by age dictates what's going to be important here. We used to say the 80-20 rule when it comes to volunteer people getting involved in leadership. At the national level, the survey showed that 13% of people said that they were involved in some aspect of leadership. That could be serving on a committee, that could be serving on a fundraiser, that could be involved in the RPAC, it could be involved in some way with board work, but a very small percent of your members. If you add people who served in the past who are still active realtors, you might get it up to 20%, but it's still something less than 20% of the people are making those decisions and are engaged in the leadership for 80% of the folks who don't get involved. And that's not just simply with realtors. I will tell you that I work with a dozen different industries, and it's almost consistent in every industry that a small percent of the people are engaged. And I tell you this because when we start talking about member engagement, we spend an inordinate amount of energy and time trying to figure out how do we get more people involved. And I will tell you that the only way that people get involved is if someone asks them that they respect. If somebody asks you personally to get involved in a charity, in an organization, in a fundraiser, and you have a respect for that individual, that's the motivation for people to sign up. They don't sign up because you posted a website or put a sign out on the highway. It just doesn't work that way. It works through relationships. I find this fascinating because one of the categories that you've identified wanting to build some strategies around is professionalism. And how do we continue to promote professionalism? Well, I want you to be aware that when we ask people how many transactions, how many closings were they involved with over the last calendar year, that they're 31% of the realtors across the country had less than 5 closings last year. In fact, in a survey in St. Louis, we asked if it was 0 to 3 closings, and it was still 30%. A third of your members are not actively serving as professional realtors. They have a license. They may do a couple of closings a year. Maybe it's for a family member. Maybe it's something that they just decided they would enjoy doing, earn their license online or something, but they're not actively engaged. And some of the occasions, when you're sitting across the table at a closing with one of these individuals, it's very evident that you're dealing with somebody that's not seasoned, that doesn't have the repetition of going through a closing, and to salvage the experience for buyer and seller, you're sometimes trying to orchestrate both sides of the table. But I will also tell you that we have this dilemma. We could squeeze this 30% out of the ranks of realtors immediately by either raising the licensing responsibility or raising the cost of membership. The associations are not willing to give up a third revenue, okay? And we struggle constantly with changing licensing requirements. But when we talk about professionalism, the thing that you're up against most often is that a third of your members are not professional realtors. They are licensees, but they're just.
So basically, we can take our number of members times 33% and get the number who's not engaged in our board.
Most
Pretty
often,
much.
most
So
often.
100
I'll give you even a
115
better
people.
gauge. What percent of your members are involved in RPAC?
Ooh, a bunch.
Almost all of them.
We have a good RPAC following, way more than what we have in engagement on other things. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
As far as.
Is it more than 70% of the members?
What's our percent on the board? Where are we?
I think it's pretty close to that, like 67%,
About
67% maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the number I'm looking for. And normally, an association gets RPAC participation from about 65, 70, maybe 75%. If you have an event and somebody shows up and they make a minimal donation. But the reason that you can't push it up over that 70% line very often is that there's 30% of the realtors that just don't see the value in donating to the PAC because they're not actively thinking they need to be protected politically for people who represent realtors. What number did you come up with?
Well, we show 192 on the board participation. So if you divide 192 by 350,
361.
you come up with 55%.
Okay, all right. But I will tell you,
Higher than that.
but I'll tell you, if it's 55 or 60 or 65%, okay, and you spend a lot of time in the RPAC committee trying to figure out how do we push it up into the 80%, with that third that don't do any closings, you're having a real hard time because they simply don't see the value of the association and the value of RPAC and the value of having a license. It's just something they do. Yes, Steve?
What if we had a membership? Was it possible to structure the membership fee to encourage them, like charge them more for membership? Because they're really a menace to the rest of the realtors
Oh,
when it comes to closings.
I kind of disagree with that. I think, I mean, you've got
Without their
your,
money, we would be in trouble.
yeah, and you've got your one-year people who need
You
to
need your
be,
money.
who need to be brought along. I mean,
Well, see, the question isn't the people that want to be brought along, it's the question of the people who don't want to move.
oh, and I agree with that. I
But-
don't disagree, but I think hurting that 5%, finding a way to penalize that 5% is not good
30%.
for the board. Or I'm sorry, that
31%.
30%. Okay, I
But-
don't think that's good for the board penalizing any particular category. I think our job should be more to encourage them. I know we're never gonna get everybody on board, but I think encouragement is much better than penalizing. And like Bruce just advised, personal visits from somebody they respect. If there's somebody who's not really doing much, maybe make more effort on the board members to get out there and visit with them and try to get them more involved.
But my concern is they're not being professional.
There is a lot of, there are
That's the
a
issue.
lot of unprofessional
Right.
realtors right now, but some of them don't fit into that category.
Now, that's true too, but there's a lot of, the highest percentage I see are in that category.
Steve?
So, and I've heard Steve talk about this, and I think we've all, I'm sure this is not a topic that is new to us. I mean, I'm sure every association thinks similar thoughts would have people there because it is a lot of folks. Well, I do recall when I first became a realtor and I didn't know anything about it. And I was reading a couple magazines, and this is '09, so we're roller coaster riding down. One realtor magazine I was reading talked about how brokers and brokerages develop, and they try to get whatever agent we can. That new agent's worth at least one transaction and a half because with mom or dad or cousin or whatever. And then the broker moves on, the broker gets another person, and it's a numbers game for the broker. So here we are 15 years later, 12 years later, whatever, the market's changed, technology has changed immensely in that amount of time, but is that still a common trend as far as brokerages go? Because if it is, if the trend for brokers and brokerages is, I need the bodies in the fight, and I don't care that they sell the 0 to 5 because I'm making my money, because commission splits are lower, more coming to the house, more to the brokerage, then you're not going to change that 33% that does that, because brokerages haven't shifted their mentality on how they make money. Now, there has been some shift. The one speaker we saw, I think at the spring business conference in Columbia, talked about the common trend being teams, and basically brokers becoming a thing of the past, and only the team hiring the broker to be able to sustain them, and let the liability be on the broker, not the team. But I would still think, you may know, is that still a common trend for brokerages? It's a net numbers game and getting the transaction from these 32%.
And I don't want to speak for brokers. I do believe that the trend toward teams is still continuing. And I think that you have as many different models of brokers who are actively engaged to only want to continue to keep high producing agents as there are brokers who are, very, very happy to have lower producing people because it's a revenue stream is a revenue stream. Also, you have to recognize that a big percent of that group that had fewer than 3 closings are onesie twosie people. They're not necessarily working in the larger brokerage homes. 65-75% of your association are made up of realtors who are in groups of less than 3 people. Yes,
Just
Michelle.
the math of it, if you want to get rid of a third, let's just go there. And for simple math, there's 300 members, so you're going to get rid of 100 of them. And 100 of them are paying $300 a year. Again, I'm using simple math.
$200 a year.
Well, okay, 200, so that's 20,000. So you have to raise the 20,000 from the 200 in simple math that you need. So that's.
Yeah, you have to raise dues by a third.
Yeah,
I like
that's
to
not
say-
that much. So you raise everyone, what is that, $100? So you raise everybody's $100, and the ones that just do 2 or 3, they're still gonna pay the $100 more if they really just wanna do 2 or 3. Or you could, because you're still planting the seed, I will earn more, but I doubt you would lose very many, but maybe you would. But if that was your goal, it's not that you need to raise it that much.
The most effective thing that has come along to squeeze out that unproductive group was the crash of the secondary mortgage market.
Yeah.
I will say though, our board.
Interesting enough, I mean, that really had more of a purification effect.
Yeah, and the
And we may
general
have another one.
economy,
Yeah.
the general crash of the
Let
economy.
me just ask, those of you who are on Zoom, you want to join in on this discussion?
Now we're sleep.
I think our board does a wonderful job of education. Amanda has really stepped all of that up. And I think education, especially with these broker Zooms and things that we're doing to put the onus on the brokers to monitor and make sure their agents are professional and performing. I think Amanda has done a really good job of helping that along. And we're kind of at the beginning of that. So I don't know where our board falls in with this 31.6%. But I'm in hopes that over time, with some of the steps we've already taken, that some of that will fall off.
Yeah.
with
You know,
broker
It's
involvement.
pretty close. I mean, that third, the third is pretty close in our board. It's again,
That's across the
It's-
board.
statistically, it's very similar, but you look at our board numbers, it is about that third.
But that's okay.
But I do think that you deserve to have your own statistics. And one of the strategies that I will suggest to you when we get into member relations is that maybe over the course of the next year in 2022, that you do as a board, ask your staff to initiate a member satisfaction survey. They're easy to do now with Survey Monkey and you know, Amanda I can help Amanda put the survey together if you don't already have it in the file somewhere. I'm sure you do. Derek, you ran one back in I think 2018 or 19, because we did have those stats at the last session.
We did, yeah. We had sent one out before the previous strat planning session and kind of got that feedback. As you guys were just chatting, I started kind of wondering that too, like obviously asking for a member survey about our services is a good thing. But I started wondering, would it be useful to have data like we were just looking at on the screen specific to our board? So like, how many of our members have 1 to 5 transactions? How many have 5 to 10? How many, you know, like, does our membership match what we just saw? And I'd be curious to see it. I have a feeling that we're not far off of that national data point, but it just started making me wonder, like, what data are we holding on to that we aren't analyzing? And could we do something with the data we already have? Or can we ask, you know, when you send surveys, can we ask like a specific question on the end of every survey that helps us arrive at that without having to do a separate survey? So you send stuff out after meetings, right, Amanda? Like, hey, did you like this or that? Like, what if there was just one question on every survey you sent that we could pull out data from, you know, like a broker meeting, an education meeting, an RPAC meeting, but every time a survey was sent out, you had the 6th question be not involving that topic, but broad. And then we would actually end up with like all of those different groups having information from a member, from those participants, but it helps us with the bigger picture, not just RPAC or just education or just broker meetings. So I don't know, I'm kind of talking out loud, but it makes sense to start looking at data at our local board level.
Hey, Derek, hang on to that suggestion, because once we get through these data slides and we start actually building the 2022 plan, I very much think that is something that is going to come back and be part of the discussion. Let's go back over to the slides.
Dues increase, how many people still isn't going to door?
Here's the last one. Here's the last slide, and this is back again, a national slide, but they asked members across the country, if you did not have the MLS, if it did not exist as it does today, would your association still survive? And the response was 77.5% of members across the country said no. That's the only reason why our association really survives. All the rest of the things the association does would not keep people as members. And only 22.5% said that associations would come back and survive. And I put this slide up there, not to promote your relationship with Maris, but to just get you to start thinking as we talk about member services. What are the member services that really would keep people connected? And there are things that certainly you do now and that you can do to a greater degree that would continue to build the loyalty of your members. We know that they join an association to get the database, but up and beyond that, the relationships that you create that make people loyal to Franklin County Association is really what is the value of membership that we're gonna be talking about. Yes, sir, Brian?
I just think it's interesting that there's 22% and roughly 20% makes up the current and past leadership.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the current and past leadership see value, but the majority of them.
Yeah, I've never actually laid one of those slides on top of the other to see if it's the same 20% or not. But
I bet it's pretty close.
it's kind of interesting because 22.5% doesn't correlate with the people who've only done 2 or 3 closings, which is like a third of your membership. My sense is that there's some.
I think it'll probably be spread out because I think, you probably get realtors across every different range of sales.
Yeah.
That fit into that 20%. I don't know that it's gonna be, but at the same time, and squeezing some of those people out may squeeze out our volunteers. Because the people who are busy don't have the time to volunteer, and a lot of the people who do volunteer aren't doing as many sales.
Well, it's interesting, when that it really kind of ties
It's
into
not
that, it's the
necessarily
80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule, 20% is doing 80% of the work, but think about, right, you think about the people who are involved, people who aren't involved, they don't know the value of the association. Beyond, I put my stuff on MLS. People that are involved are constantly coming to all the events, and those are the ones we see regularly. I mean, when I was a new agent, I didn't come to any board functions, I didn't care, I didn't know what it was. It wasn't until I got involved in RPAC. The same thing with RPAC, didn't appreciate RPAC until I got involved. And it grows. So
Sure.
member engagement is huge, but I mean, it's 80-20, it's just interesting.
Yeah.
Once again, I think that having your own survey and data would be a really terrific addition to think about doing in the next year, because I think it would give you some very real validation that this information is relevant, or maybe there is some areas where your members vary dramatically from the national numbers.
So Bruce, the 30% that is not participating, or 0 to 5, aren't they also helping keep an MLS alive, even though they're not doing anything?
Oh,
They're
sure.
in
I mean,
MLS.
they're
So it's
paying,
the trickle effect.
they're paying dues to MLS, they're paying dues to you, they're paying dues to national.
So if you kick them out of everything, then where are we?
A third less revenue.
Right.
That's right. Absolutely. And that's the great dilemma. Because when we talk about, as Michelle was saying, the math is easy. Raise dues by 50% and you'll squeeze a majority of those folks out. But you also run the risk
So
of
for
not,
MLS to survive, they could go up too.
and you don't necessarily know that you're going to have those same number of people participate, because you have competing associations all around you. And if a member says, wait a minute, Franklin just is gonna bump their rate starting in January by 50%, I've got choices of where I can go to get my MLS service.
Absolutely.
And one of your shareholder association friends, across the state would just do the exact opposite, to pull everybody over just to generate revenue.
It doesn't bother you when you're not professionals.
No, it doesn't bother me that they're just doing one.
Oh, I don't care about that. I don't
Oh,
care
the
if they
fact
only,
that they're not.
if they're not
There can be a
professional, that's
really high
that's the whole
producer
point.
that I find not professional.
That's true
Exactly.
too, but there's a higher percentage of them in that area.
Well, we
No,
just need to
to be
educate.
unprofessional, you gotta know what you're doing and know how to not do it. Being young and
Just
I
starting
need
out.
help.
I
I'm
don't
more
think
than
those
happy to
30,
help.
I don't think those 30 whatever percent are young, especially.
No, I
they're
don't think
spread
those
out.
30% are the ones that are, he didn't say they were unprofessional. He said they did 0 to 5 transactions.
I'm just saying that where I've run into the most problem with unprofessional is in that group that do 1 or 2 closings a year. That's my point. That was my point of the whole thing.
Eric?
They don't want to what?
Hmm?
They don't want to what?
They do unprofessional things. You basically, you do both sides of the closing and they walk away with their commission. That happens too often.
Was there a comment from the?
Yeah. Yeah, I have one. I think there's a few assumptions here that are being made that I don't know if they're fruitful. The idea that the people who are doing 1 to 2 to 3 transactions, those are people who are involved. That some of those people are the people who do end up at the table here. There's been times where we've had board members who are probably in that category, whereas there are board members who are making and selling 30 houses a year who aren't active and involved in our board. So I think we're making an assumption there that these people who are doing the less deals are not involved, or secondly, are unethical. I don't think either of those assumptions are completely accurate. Some of the people who are going to fall into 1, 2, and 3 transactions a year are brokers. So I think we're jumping to some conclusions there that I don't know that they're going to be rewarding. And I also agree that that group with the smaller amount of sales, it's not necessarily young people. In fact, it's probably like a bell curve where the people who are in the 5 or less transactions are probably both young and older, or have gotten to a point where it's a secondary business to them. And that is a topic that I think could be fruitful, because when you start talking about people like Steve was, there's of the deals we do, probably a dozen or more involve someone who doesn't understand the contract, doesn't understand their obligations legally or ethically, and we end up holding their hand through the entire transaction. And those people still might end up with 10 deals, and 10 different people help them through that deal. So it's not necessarily the people who do 1 to 5. There are some very experienced agents who have decided not to continue bolstering themselves or trying to earn market share. They are just happy to help past clients get moved. And those are good people, even if they only do 3 to 5 deals in a year. So I just think, I don't know, I think we're jumping to some conclusions here based off these data points that may not be as accurate as we think they might be.
I agree.
Yep. And my purpose in showing this to you was to stimulate conversation and just get you thinking to a higher level as we start actually identifying some real strategies. These next couple
Hey,
slides.
Real quick before we jump on that, not Derek, not to do tete-a-tete with you here, point counterpoint, but I want to make a distinction on a couple of those things. I don't know that that ethics and unprofessionalism is necessarily synonymous. I mean, you can live up to our code of ethics, but still just be a total jerk or forget things or just be ignorant of the cause. And because there's agents that are producing out there, and we've had agents in our office. My response has been file a complaint. So there's a difference between they're doing a bunch of being unethical versus, I think, being unprofessional versus uneducated, which is a brokerage issue. I mean, so if we're going to break it down or not make certain assumptions, I mean, there's a lot of nuances, I think, to the entire conversation. I don't want to beat this dead horse, but I did want to chuck.
Yeah, it is not a clear assumption.
No.
Let's move on. This slide and the next one, I borrowed from St. Louis. And the only point that I want to show you is that when we ask members to rate what's important from the services that are provided by the association, and St. Louis tosses a lot of stuff out there at their members to try to keep demonstrating the value of being a member. People tend to rate the importance of things based on how often they are engaged in those things. So obviously, as a realtor, I'm using the MLS on a daily basis and the technology on a daily basis. It gets, without a doubt, my highest vote. And on the survey, they asked, what items do you highly value? Do you somewhat value? Do you little value or no value? And I'm just showing you the highly valued score. So if I combine that with highly valued plus the middle value, you might have a little bit different skew. Over 80% of the members highly value the technology in the MLS. About 76% value contracts and forms. It drops down to a low 70% for the Keybox program. Continuing education was valued by about 2/3 of the members. Highly valued professional standard enforcement, about 54%. And then market statistics, about 49%. Jump to the next slide, please. And interestingly enough, support from staff, about 49%, about the same score for tech helpline and communication and answers to industry question. The website was valued at about 38%. Advocacy and representation, 37.9%. We spend a tremendous amount of time, and in fact, on the pre-retreat survey, advocacy and government relations were very high on your score. You have that right up there as one of the top 2 or 3 issues that you believe you provide members. When you ask the members, they may be engaged in advocacy or calling a elected representative maybe once a month, maybe a couple, 3 times a season. And so it falls much lower in terms of their priorities, in terms of what they highly value. And then up here in the corner, you'll see that membership forums, the Realtor Store, networking and events. How much time do we spend pulling together events together? 19% of the members valued it to a high degree, or felt that it really helped them become successful. So a lot of times what we perceive is going to be very, very important for our members, and what our members perceive as very important doesn't always match up. Comments, thoughts? I'll jump into some real work here. And any particular takeaway or thoughts on what we just went through? Interesting stuff. I appreciate all your comments and thoughts. So let us move on here. I believe the next slides are talking about reviewing where we were from the 2019 plan. And I'm going to let Amanda and Steve kind of walk us through. These were the main categories that came off of that plan. You had a main category on board and committee governance. We have a dedicated group of volunteer leaders, need to promote greater relevance, meeting skills, self-assessments. Board and committees could operate more efficiently, effectively, and then some very specific goals that we set up. Steve just left the room for a call, I think.
No,
Yeah,
Derek can help us out with this though.
yeah. Derek, what did we do in the area of revising terms of office? Did that get addressed, or did the pandemic take that off the table?
I don't know where he went, but we definitely did. We went through and restructured our entire governance to reflect more with Missouri Realtors, in line with Missouri Realtors. So we did have a task force. Are you there, Derek?
I am. I was getting my coffee, so I had it on mute for a second. Yeah, so yeah, we did there's quite a few people who are on our committee here today as well. So we have completely renovated not only our committee structure, but also our board of directors. And we feel that we tried to implement what was recommended out of the last session, and we worked diligently over about a 9-month period, I feel like, analyzing and seeing what would happen. And probably one of the most important insights we found was that our committee structure had been set up to where we needed over a third of our members involved to fill the seats of our organization, from committee to board and whatnot. And so we decided that was entirely too large of a percentage. And so we got it closer to about a 70 people needed to fill all the seats without repeating people on committees. And so we feel like our downsizing of that setup allows us to streamline and hopefully not overwork our volunteer leaders. Does anyone else have comments from our committee that worked on that?
I thought we did well, just for the exact last point that you made, reducing the size of bodies that we actually need, knowing that it was a lot of us filling multiple positions, and those numbers were dwindling. So I thought it was very effective, and the restructuring was needed, and it came at the right time. And we were fortunately, I guess, good things come out of COVID, and that was one of them, because we were able to meet on a regular basis and have very intelligent conversations about it. So it was a good thing.
And did that also include addressing the downsizing of the board?
I wouldn't mind hearing Stephen or Amanda speak to that. I didn't really get to watch what happened this year, but you guys seem to have some rather effective meetings with the new size.
I apologize. I stepped out of the room before the question was asked, so I feel like I'm dipping in the Kool-Aid without knowing the flavor.
Oh, no problem, Steve. It was the idea of the board size and working on shrinking that. But I was just curious how that all worked this year. Obviously, I didn't get to watch it.
You know, I think implementing those changes from the task force was interesting. It took a little longer to fill, even though we downsized positions and committees, I think it took a little longer to fill some of those seats than we intended. I would say one of the errors there was we didn't keep track of people who were already on and serving to make sure that they got plugged into some of those spaces. And then everything just took over and life kicked in. So some of the stuff got put on the back burner, but I think we filled everything. I think as we continue to work through those changes, we may see the need for others. One feedback that Steve had given in the year, because we got rid of X committees, but we also created the executive committee and the advisory board, and just trying to figure out how to appropriately use them. Or if we don't know how to use them, then we don't know if they're needed, then we're not doing it. We had, and it's not that we didn't have it in the past, we just timed things and repackaged it. The more we use those things, the more we may realize we need to tweak here and we need to tweak there. And it's always good. I think it's always going to be a work in progress. But I think overall the changes have been good. We just have to get used to the changes first before we say they didn't work. I mean, we're only 11 months into those changes, and they all didn't get implemented at the same time.
What about the rebranding? We spent a lot of time at the 2019 retreat talking about rebranding and renaming and even relocating the office at one time or part of the conversation.
So working backwards on that, the relocating an office did have a discussion this year. The task force, it was an interesting, to say the least, on how that worked. And then looking at the financials, but as far as the rebranding, I mean, that for me, that's something I wish we would have done. I still wish we'd see it. We started initiating the conversation over the last couple of years. There'd been some pushback. I think Amanda, with her background outside of real estate and coming into the association and being able to do some of the graphic stuff, there's been different ideas toyed with on the rebranding. I really kind of like the FCBR that we kind of have, and then with the Diamond Jubilee, she's worked on that, and Steve worked on some concepts for that, and that's a brand too. Personally, I would like us to still look at rebranding and really kind of look at the question, is Franklin County Board of Realtors, it's the joys of being a broker, is Franklin County Board of Realtors still an appropriate name to represent all that we do and all that we represent? Because we are a 3-county board, even though we're the largest county of a 3-county board, but does that name still hold true for what we're here doing? Or is there a different way to utilize Franklin County Board of Realtors and just do like FCBR, just like SLAR and KCRBR? That's their brand, is just their acronym, not this long list. So for me, I think that's something the board should continue to discuss and look at. But at that point did not get implemented compared to other points, Bruce, it did get implemented from 19 on.
Okay, so let's just bring that one item forward, Amanda, from that slide, when we start building the 2022 plan, so we can at least talk through it and see if we can define how we might want to move forward on the rebranding issue. And I've marked it, so remember to do that. Okay. The next slide, thanks, Steve. The next slide is giving you a summary of the pre-retreat survey. You will recall that I sent out a survey and I gave you some 11 or 12 different categories of strategies that show up on probably 98% of all the realtor strategic plans that I've had occasion to work with over the past dozen or more years. I asked you to rate for me the importance of each of these to be a key discussion item at this retreat, knowing that we're only going to really be able to have quality conversations around maybe 4 or 5 of these. Engagement, and if you read the little numbers across the top right hand, I actually gave you the individual scores that were fed back to me from I think the 8 or 10 responses that I got. So you can see that engagement, increasing member participation with valuable programs and services, increasing the value of membership through education, and effectively assisting our members to become successful, got the highest overall average score of 9.0, and that was accumulated by about 5 people giving it a 10, and the lowest person giving it, one person gave it a 7, one gave it a 6. But it ended up with a 9.0 and clearly was the #1 issue that you asked to address today. Professionalism was right behind that at 8.4, fostering member professionalism and consumer trust by raising the standards of excellence for realtors. Advocacy, and I showed you that members had advocacy rated relatively low on that list of services out of St. Louis, but advocacy was 8.0, third highest score that you gave any of these initiatives. Advocating for private property rights and stronger region, elevating realtor party programs, awareness and participation, and advocating for the property rights of home ownership. And then the next highest item was community outreach, and it dropped down to 6.9. Enhancing community collaboration, economic development, visibility of the Franklin County Board of Realtors. And then on the next slide, I gave you the balance of the ratings, and they ranged from 6.0 down to about 5.7. Community social media, public relations, growth strategies and merger opportunities, charitable events and community involvement, contingency plans, inclusion, which is really diversity, inclusion, and you rated it at 5.7. NAR has it as a required core standard, and I want to show you a very short video on why it's a core standard. So we do need to address it and have it as part of the plan. And then board and committee governance. In the restructuring of your committees and board, at least amongst your responses on the survey, I think people are satisfied that for now, that's not a major area that we need to readdress. It ended up at a 5.7. And then there were just a couple of other items that somebody suggested that we might want to talk about, connecting our events with community events. Someone else mentioned market and industry opportunities. And a third person mentioned bringing rebranding back up onto the table again.
Well, I love the idea, #1. I think that's an amazing space that we could optimize our exposure and branding that we currently, our association brand. I mean, to work with the United Way Drive or to work with these different things, we've kind of started doing that, but I feel like we could be more targeted with it. When we see a community event, we can ask, how do we help? And I think that's a great opportunity.
What I think is interesting on the other side, is from the conversation we've had today when it comes to agents' professionalism and the quality of agent. But yet on the pre-retreat survey, contingency plans, talking about what if we lose members, market conditions. I think that it's similar to also quality of agent too. It's not that important compared to other things. So conversationally, it's very important, the quality of agent and maintaining the dues or maintaining the financials with the quality agents. But comparatively, the other stuff, it's just interesting how the numbers worked out.
Right. I want to just take a few minutes and share with you a video that addresses diversity, equity, and inclusion. Starting back in a year ago, NAR elevated diversity as a core standard that they are asking every association to address and include some type of diversity statement or strategies as part of your plan. And I've had occasion to work in this particular area with a number of associations. And one of the most effective pieces of educational videos that I have come across is this video titled Forgotten History, that is showing how our government at the federal, state, and local levels have done things over the last century that have created a ownership gap between Black families and white families having home ownership. In 1969, when the federal government passed the Fair Housing Act, there was a 40% gap across the country between families, Black families having ownership of a home and white families having ownership of a home. And now we are 50 years later, and we're still living with a 40% gap across the country. Amanda, can you run that video? And then after this video, we'll take a short break.
Demolished the neighborhoods in downtown St. Louis where African Americans lived, displacing thousands. They built the Gateway Arch. They built the university, interstate highways, hospitals, and middle-class housing that was unaffordable to the former African American residents. Those who were displaced and relocated to the few other places available, converting inner suburbs like Ferguson into new segregated enclaves. We have been led to believe that racial segregation in housing was de facto segregation by accident or the result of private prejudices. Yes, private prejudice clearly contributed to segregation, but by itself it could not have segregated the country without the intention of the federal government to segregate neighborhoods throughout the nation. If, however, we understand the accurate history, the history was once well known, but we've all now forgotten. Racially segregated patterns in every metropolitan area like St. Louis were created by de jure segregation. Racially explicit policy on the part of federal, state, and local governments designed to segregate metropolitan areas. Then we can understand that we have an unconstitutional residential landscape. And if it's unconstitutional, then we have an obligation to remedy it. The federal government in the New Deal of the Roosevelt administration of the 1930s pursued policies in the mid-20th century that segregated metropolitan areas. One important policy was the first civilian public housing program, which frequently demolished integrated neighborhoods in order to create segregated public housing. In the late 1930s, another New Deal program, the United States Housing Authority, was adopted. The very first projects built under the United States Housing Authority authorization were in Austin, Texas, because the most aggressive proponent of public housing at that time was the congressman from Austin, Lyndon Baines Johnson. And Johnson got the United States Housing Authority to put its first projects in Austin, separate projects for whites, for African Americans, and a project for Hispanics. The project for African Americans was placed in a location that the city plan of Austin had designated as a ghetto for African Americans. The United States Housing Authority and the local Austin Housing Authority demolished something called Emancipation Park, which was a celebrations location for the abolition of slavery. The design was to move all African Americans in the city of Austin into this community, whether in public housing or in private housing. The city of Austin then began to close schools for African Americans elsewhere in the city, close libraries and other public facilities to force African Americans to move to the east side. Another program that the federal government pursued to enforce segregation was the work of the Federal Housing Administration, the FHA, which subsidized the development of suburbs like Levittown, New York, on condition that they only be sold to white families and that the homes in those suburbs had deeds that prohibited resale to African Americans. Federal Housing Administration's underwriting manual said that inharmonious racial groups should not be permitted to live in the same communities, meaning that loans to African Americans could not be insured. Government at all levels throughout the nation were involved in promoting and enforcing the restrictive deeds in homes and places like Levittown. And judges enforced the view that these deeds did not violate the Constitution because they were private agreements. Although white middle-class families that moved into suburbs like Levittown could buy property with no down payments if they were veterans and low-interest mortgages, middle-class African Americans had to make substantial down payments and get uninsured mortgages with higher interest rates. In many, if not most cases, African Americans could not get mortgages at all because the federal government did not insure them. As a result, they bought their homes on contract, like an installment plan where they accumulated no equity and could be evicted from their homes in the event of a single missed payment. Thus, contract buyers do not have the option of leaving a declining neighborhood before their properties were paid for in full. If they did, they would lose everything they invested in that property to date. The term redlining comes from the federal government's creation of maps of urban areas nationwide. And those maps were color-coded to indicate where it was safe to insure mortgages. Anywhere African Americans lived, even places where African Americans lived nearby, were colored red to indicate to appraisers that these neighborhoods were too risky for the FHA to insure. The FHA's justification was that if African Americans bought homes in white neighborhoods, or even if they bought homes near those neighborhoods, the property values for the homes they were insuring, the white homes they were insuring, would decline, and therefore their loans would be at risk. In 1940, for example, a Detroit builder was denied FHA insurance for a project that was near an African American neighborhood. He then constructed a half-mile concrete wall, 6 feet high and a foot thick, separating the two neighborhoods, and then the FHA approved the wall. In the 3 decades during which it administered this policy, however, the agency never provided or obtained evidence to support its claim that integration undermined property values. In fact, often racial integration caused property values to increase because African Americans' housing supply was so restricted and they had so many fewer choices. African Americans had access to housing throughout metropolitan areas, supply and demand balances would have kept their rents and home prices at reasonable levels. Without access, landlords and sellers were free to take advantage of the greater demand relative to supply for African American housing. A 1946 National Magazine article described the Chicago building where the landlord had divided a 540 square foot storefront into 6 cubicles, each housing a family. He had similarly subdivided the second story. Total monthly rent was as great as that generated by a luxury apartment on Chicago's Gold Coast along Lake Michigan. Such exploitation was possible only because public policy denied African Americans opportunities to participate in the city's white housing market. As the federal government concentrated low-income African Americans in single neighborhoods, the homes became overcrowded. Families had to subdivide their homes to make their mortgage payments and their property tax payments. Cities frequently withdrew public services from African American neighborhoods. They collected garbage less frequently. They didn't provide water and sewer services. Polluting industry and toxic waste plants were placed in African American communities in order to protect white neighborhoods from deterioration. The result was that African American neighborhoods frequently turned into slums. White homeowners looked at these places and assumed the slum conditions were characteristics of African Americans, not of government policy that forced this kind of overcrowding. White homeowners then became resistant to African Americans moving into their neighborhoods because they thought they would bring slum conditions with them. Of course, the slums were not created by the people. They were created by the forced concentration, the overcrowding in these neighborhoods. Blockbusting was a scheme in which speculators bought properties in borderline black-white areas, rented or sold them to African-American families at above-market prices, persuaded white families residing in these areas that their neighborhoods were turning into African-American slums and that values would soon fall precipitously, and then purchased the panicked white homes for less than their worth. These tactics included hiring African-American women to push carriages with their babies through white neighborhoods, hiring African-American men to drive cars with radios blasting through white neighborhoods, or making random telephone calls to residents in white neighborhoods and asking to speak to someone with a stereotypically African-American name, like Johnny May. State licensing agencies that regulated real estate agents could have easily stopped this practice. All they had to do was to lift the license of one or two real estate agents who engaged in these practices, and the practices were banned. While many de jure segregation policies aim to keep African Americans far from white residential areas, public officials also shifted African American populations away from downtown business districts. White commuters, shoppers, and business elites would not be exposed to black people. This was accomplished with slum clearance. One slum clearance tool was the construction of the federal interstate highway system. In many cases, state and local governments, with federal acquiescence, designed state highway routes to destroy urban African American communities. In the 1950s, there was a white middle-class neighborhood in Los Angeles that wealthy African Americans began to move into. It was called Sugar Hill. The first thing that happened was that the neighborhood association got together and tried to buy out the African American families who were moving in, offering them more money than the African Americans had paid in order to get them out of the neighborhood. And that didn't work. White homeowners tried to enforce a legal agreement prohibiting them from living in the neighborhood. When that didn't work, the city council then decided it would be an African American neighborhood. It rezoned it for multiple family housing. It eventually became a slum. And then the Santa Monica Freeway was built to clear that slum and to destroy the neighborhood. So these policies all worked together in an unconstitutional fashion to segregate Los Angeles. In 1957, Bill and Daisy Myers were able to purchase a home in Levittown, Pennsylvania, the Levitt Company's second large development. When the mail carrier discovered that he was delivering mail to an African-American family, he let everyone in the neighborhood know, and as many as 600 white demonstrators soon showed up in front of the Myers' house, pelting the family in their home with rocks. Law enforcement stood by as this happened. For 2 months, rocks were thrown, crosses were burned, the Ku Klux Klan symbol was painted on the wall next door. Some policemen stood with the mob, joking and encouraging its participants. One sergeant was actually demoted to patrolman because he objected to orders he had been given not to interfere with the rioters. In 1951, World War II veteran Harvey Clark, his wife Janetta, and 2 small children rented an apartment in Old White Cicero, a suburb of Chicago. When the Clarks refused to leave, a mob of 4,000 rioted, raiding the apartment, destroying the fixtures, and throwing the family's belongings out the window onto the lawn where they were set up layers. Time magazine reported that the police officers present, quote, acted like ushers, politely handing the overflow in a football stadium, unquote. The people at the grand jury indicted were Harvey Clark, his real estate agent, his NAACP attorney, and the white landlady who rented the apartment to him, as well as her attorney, on charges of inciting a riot and conspiring to lower property values. Stories like this were commonplace, and state-sponsored violence was a means, along with many others, by which all levels of government maintained segregation. Today, African-American incomes are about 60% of white incomes, but African-American wealth is about 10% of white wealth. Most middle-class families in this country gain their wealth from the equity they have in their homes. This enormous difference between a 60% income ratio and a 10% wealth ratio is almost entirely attributable to federal housing policy implemented through the 20th century. African-American families that were prohibited from buying homes in the suburbs in the 1940s and 50s, and even into the 60s by the Federal Housing Administration, gained none of the equity appreciation that whites gained. Across the country, new developments. These homes in the late 1940s and 1950s sold for about twice national median income. They were affordable to working class families with an FHA or VA mortgage. African Americans were equally able to afford those homes as whites, but were prohibited from buying them. Today, those homes sell for $300,000 to $400,000 at the minimum, 6 to 8 times national median income. The white families sent their children to college with the wealth they gained from appreciating home equity. They were able to take care of their parents in old age and not depend on their children. They were able to bequeath wealth to their children. None of those advantages accrued to African Americans, who for the most part were prohibited from buying homes in the suburbs. So in 1968, we passed the Fair Housing Act that said, in effect, okay, African Americans, you're now free to buy homes in the suburbs that had been forbidden. But it's an empty promise, because those homes are no longer affordable to the families whose parents or grandparents couldn't afford them when whites were buying into those suburbs and gaining the equity and wealth that followed from their purchases. Consider children who come from families where they're economically stressed, or in poor health because they have no access to good health care, or because they live in polluted environments. When they do come to school, for example, they may suffer from asthma because of that pollution and are drowsy from being awake at night wheezing. They cannot then typically achieve at levels of children who come to school well rested. When you concentrate children like that in single classrooms, it makes it possible for teachers to develop the kind of outcomes that they can in middle class children who come to school healthy, unstressed, and able to pay attention to schooling. Economists know is that African American children from low-income families who grow up in segregated neighborhoods are less likely as adults to move into the middle class than are African American children whose families have the same low incomes but who live in integrated neighborhoods. So segregation itself impedes intergenerational mobility and perpetuates, rigidifies the inequality that we experience. Another thing that social psychologists have discovered is that decision-making is hampered when you don't have diverse decision-making groups. These psychologists have done experiments where they put people together to solve problems, both diverse groups and in segregated groups. And the diverse groups are much better able to solve problems because they challenge assumptions much more than the segregated groups do. So segregation impedes our political and economic success. We have 3 provisions in the federal constitution that prohibit the kinds of actions that federal, state, and local governments pursued to create residential segregation. One is the 5th Amendment, which requires the federal government to treat all citizens fairly. Another is the 14th Amendment that requires state and local governments not only to treat citizens fairly, but to treat them equally. And then the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, also requires that we banish the effects of slavery, which Congress long ago determined was any form of second-class citizenship. So in fact, the prohibition on African Americans to purchase homes in federally subsidized white communities with the segregation of public housing created a form of second-class citizenship, which was a violation of the 13th Amendment. We cannot reverse de jure segregation, mainly with lawsuits. We must also build a national political consensus leading to legislation, a challenging but not impossible task. Our focus now should be to develop policies that promote an integrated society, understanding it will be impossible to fully untangle from constitutional inequality that we've worked for. To begin, we should first contemplate what we have collectively done and, on behalf of our government, accept responsibility to fix it.
That's why NAR asks us to include a diversity strategy as part of our core standards. Any comments or questions? Thoughts?
Big rock. Big rock.
Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming when you see it put into perspective of, literally the federal government from the 1930s. Okay, I have 1046. how about we take a 10-minute break? Folks on Zoom, we'll reconvene at 10:55. All right, let's go ahead and have a break, refresh your coffee, get up and walk around a little bit. And at 10:55, we will jump into actually starting to build your 2022 strategic plan.
Ready, break. Drum roll.
What's up?
It really is. I have found that if I take this first hour.
You know that house I had in Mitchell,
Yep, yep.
you got anybody who
I tried to show it to somebody, but wow, I guess it's too high, but you said that they got that much.
But I just talked to him today, and he said, if anybody expresses interest or shows it, call me someone.
What would cause that?
Well, it was 525.
Typically from, I mean, the diverse stuff we're reaching
So
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, sure. That's a price in that house.
well, I don't know what the market is.
Yeah.
And do very well in business here.
Well,
I just
Some
was
of
at
those
a
are smart, they're cash business.
Everybody says everything's slowing down.
And the person who was out there,
I know the upstairs in their house is ridiculously China.
well, they have, since you've been selling this, put all the carpet, all the carpet, all the furniture out, painted and had certain holes, and it's supposed to be in gray, and a light gray, and the carpet's all brown. Well, what they did is they made rooms of
This
this
is
that were gonna look
15.
dormer. So they decided, you know, go through.
Here's
It's got a
So he's
huge
like,
jacket,
you
yeah.
know,
Right.
You know, and a big bathroom. And then they made like an extra room off that one for like a study.
So fast forward.
But they used it, they put a bedroom so that they ever had kitchen in the night, they had their own little house.
No, that's that problem, that's been a problem for a while, is finding people that have children.
The key is.
They have more than one.
And he put all the carpets downstairs in the basement.
Or.
Except for the office, it is, but it all matters. All the carpets down there. And this is what he did to the rail, because it was kind of rotting, all new wood.
That's right. Well, that's like, you know, selling car washes. They go, it's well, I'm selling car washes, you know, it's worth $500,000, it's justified, anyway, it's worth $500,000.
Okay, anyway, they have already bought a house.
It's there.
Same with landlords. Yeah.
Highway.
Like, oh, we're looking at rents.
See how it's all.
Well,
You can't
How
tell.
many showings did you have?
I have filled up one.
Wow.
And they don't talk.
So I told him, I said, that's got.
Where's your environment?
Because the house is.
And-
Right, right, but then what yeah. You almost have to just reduce the price to $4.99.
Unless they get.
I am, but, well, you know, a lot of times, I am gonna figure it by the end of the day, I'll probably sell it. But $4.95 is.
And they did all those kind of.
Yeah. I
But,
like that.
you know,
Yeah, I
sometimes
love
if you
to
call people, they think they're saving money, they get excited.
Right.
You know,
And especially if the buyers haven't bought something.
But
I had
if you
a-
went to sell it,
We had an offer on it, it was contingent on selling the house, and we took that out, because I thought I'd take that.
the number shows we're 3 million, you know.
It's,
exactly.
yeah,
depends
it's
on the
a
house.
thing.
It really
Was
is.
it listed?
No, don't even list it yet. And I told him, I said, and they didn't want to close till January, so I said, you are literally taking the last chance you got to sell it. And if they don't sell their house, then you're screwed, because now we're talking market rate.
Yeah. Wonder what price range the house was. Or the agent. Cause see, I would have
It was
said,
$250 in
I
New
would-
Haven.
oh,
I wasn't crazy, I wasn't excited about that.
cause when the market was so hot over the summer, I would tell people, you're gonna have to write it not contingent on the sale of your home, but we'll try to stretch it out 2.5
See, that's what,
months.
I told him, I
So
said,
give them the time,
we gave them
but
the
you're
time, yeah,
gonna
I did all
close.
that, and they got scared. it's like, oh, you want us to gamble, but you don't.
Yeah.
And that makes me so mad,
Yeah.
because that's what they're asking.
Yeah.
And it's like, seriously, my guy bought a house without selling it,
That's right.
and he's, you know, he's got
Yeah.
2 more years.
Yeah.
And some, you know, it's kind of like you have to bite the bullet.
You guys seen a lot of people do birds loans, we're seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, we're seeing, you know, we are, because nobody's taking contingency.
Sure.
Which I get. I don't like contingencies either.
No. Makes our life hard too.
Nobody does.
Steve, this is a camera and a speaker.
And the good thing is it's directional speaker, so like when Sonya talks, it'll shift. Like
What speaker?
that's a speaker in the middle,
Oh, that's.
as
cool.
well as a microphone.
Well, I noticed I was hearing
So you
everybody.
see
well.
how it just shifted. Now that it's kind of pinning down, you can't see because I'm in the sunlight.
I work with,
See, now you're coming to the.
I work with the Association of Corpus Christi, Texas, and almost all my working there is Zoom. And they've got a directional camera that in the room, the camera turns to an individual and picks up their voice. But being on the receiving end of it, it's annoying as all dickens, because if somebody over here sneezes, the camera goes over to them. If somebody over there scratches their head, it picks it up over there. It's sound sensitive. And
I don't know how touchy, I don't know how touchy Zoom or the owl is. We went to a couple sessions and we saw.
Hello.
We bought it, especially with Zoom becoming a thing. What I do like is at the top, that real thin strip. It's the panoramic view of the whole.
right.
But then since we started talking and it gets my voice, it's shifted this way, but if Amanda was there talking, it would shift, or it actually split the screen and then you'd have both of us there, which I don't know, when I'm zoomed in on stuff, it comes in handy. But I can see it being annoying as well.
Well, you know, this pandemic has really forced us into some fascinating new technologies. I wish I had, you know, a wider share of Zoom when I first started the
But you know, we're
pandemic.
starting as a bank, we can use it.
No.
Security reasons, they won't let us use it, so then we'll have to use our phone.
Yeah, well, but then how do you do the notary, the e-notary? You know, it's, you're,
Yeah, we're not just.
Yeah,
I know some title companies do it, but then they've got to get somebody on video to
DocuSign
watch.
DocuSign has become much more popular, and people who were very resistant to electronic document records are suddenly major advocates.
Yeah, yeah.
We're struggling with that.
40 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's amazing. You know, so why did I was just listening to
It's been tough.
yeah, I dropped
I mean, like I said, you got
sizes.
certain pros.
That's right.
Yeah, it's weird. I pulled up a picture.
Yeah,
So nice.
yeah,
That's not
Yeah.
No, it is.
Well,
He was like, no, it's a,
it's interesting, even before.
Oh,
I mean, there was other
that's
services, WebEx and this, and this. I know that when I was doing masters, the instructor, in China business, worked for Emerson, and so he's, you know, here it is nighttime here, he's in the middle of the day. Of course, via WebEx, and then there was other.
There was something shiny this morning.
It was a guy.
Hey, did you show up?
Joel turned out very pro.
Ah, that's good.
So you can tell us
Yeah.
more.
I promise you, I made a big difference.
That's the best part. Clean it up my closet.
All right, here we go.
Back to school. Make that.
Okay.
That 20%. That 20%.
So. Hello. Has our Zoom crowd returned? You see if we've got everybody back on
I
Zoom?
just let Sue-Ann back in, Mark, Rachel, and Ginger are still on, we lost Derek. Rachel said she's here, just not on video.
Enjoy. Actually. I think the last time we did strategic planning, I brought those from Maris, and I can't remember who was in the meeting, but at one point, everybody turned and threw those balls at him.
That's Steve, it was
Oh,
Flannery.
you?
No,
Were
not
you
that
Jordan?
Steve,
No,
other
I'm not
Steve.
guilty, yes.
That
I'm next. I'm
It was
next,
this
yeah.
Steve.
And then Sonia, what's that? Miss me. No, but don't-
Bruce was just saying, he remembered throwing balls at somebody, he couldn't remember who, and I said it was you.
It was me. Let me check around. Brian's the one that be careful, he's the tallest here. You could- yeah.
Okay, Zoom crew is on.
Okay, so we're gonna take each of these major strategic areas that you identified as your top 4 or 5 categories and open it up for some general discussion about what we might want to accomplish in each of these areas. I'm just gonna remind you that you know, wherever possible, let's try to identify the big rocks. Let's not let ourselves get kind of caught up into the sand and the water. The first one is engagement, and engagement is really talking about increasing member participation with valuable programs and services. In this category, you're talking about how we promote the value of membership through our educational programs and effectively assist our members in becoming successful and profitable. I believe, Sonia, that you had made an earlier observation about education programs. I think it was in the form of a compliment to Amanda.
Yes.
But is there something that you'd like to kind of reshape from that earlier comment in terms of what we might want to be doing going forward in the education arena?
I really haven't given that a ton of thought. My comment or statement was more to the fact that education is very important in the things that we were just talking about today, professionalism, and among other things. And I think the board has already taken some really good steps in those directions, and I don't really have much to contribute to that thought. I'm sorry, I wish I was a little more prepared for that question, but I think Amanda's done some great things, and I just think I'm eager to see where that goes.
Amanda, out here, when you're looking at the selection of educational programs that you're going to schedule over the course of the next year, what resources are you looking at? Are those courses that are being developed at the local level? Are those courses that you're tapping into with Missouri Realtors?
Both.
Is those about NAR, Maris?
Some of her education is in the form of just broker meetings where she's making brokers aware of other things that are available to us, other resources, or just educating or pushing for C2EX, for example, or things like that.
Do you currently have broker meetings?
We do, yes, we have quarterly ones.
Quarterly broker, are they called
We've done
meetings?
Quarterly
Forums?
broker Zooms, yeah, yes,
Yes, well,
quarterly broker Zooms.
okay. Because a lot of folks talk about broker forums. It sort of elevates it's just a term that elevates the thinking amongst the brokers that it's something more than just a member gathering. But, okay, so continuing to promote quarterly broker meetings or broker forums would be one bullet point under that. Continue to promote. Are there categories of educational programs that we should be attempting to bring to the members? that are currently not part of our offering?
I think this is where DEI could come in and making sure that Fairhaven, the implicit bias training, things like that are promoted and pushed to our members, something along those lines.
I also think just the general education, subjects more like, the core classes, stuff like that. It's hard to get our members to actively engage in stuff because a lot of them, they say they're too busy, they don't make time. But if we had the opportunity for more education, they all enjoy, or I should say, most of them enjoy the opportunities for education if it pertains to them. If we can try and find more classes, not just around, CE renewal time, but on an ongoing basis, I think we can get more people involved if we had more good class opportunities like that.
So as we're coming out of this pandemic, I'm hearing a general level of support to either continue to promote or accelerate group in-person classes.
Yes.
That was a question. Yes, Liz?
I remember, it's been several years ago, but we had a special speaker on septic tanks. But it was the first time we really had one that was that detailed. And we had a big turnout. Remember when we had in this room, that guy from, I think he's from the state. And he was an inspector for the state, what was approved, it wasn't. And we had a good turnout, and that's something I wouldn't necessarily pick, but it was actually pretty helpful. And it was
And Liz, that's one, I think we sponsored that. That was in the second floor of our building. And yes, he was an inspector through the state of Missouri, and that was a very popular class.
something that possibly like, not necessarily just, standards and professionalism, which is good. Sometimes just that kind of thing, like what, right, I'm having a real problem with laterals, sewer laterals, because a lot of the houses in our area are 50+ years old. And so if you don't realize what you're dealing with, and if you don't have that information to possibly pass on to the seller, they're shocked, or the buyers are really shocked, and I have found several that did not pass. And that's like a $10,000 fix a lot of times. Anyway,
and I do have contact information for the lady who can coordinate that if the board wanted to have a class like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And on this topic, I mean, it's, as you were talking, Liz, it made me think like we need to offer things that help people enter or either become an expert in something we regularly do or an opportunity to learn about a niche they may not be aware of. I think those are the types of things where we would help them become better professionals. And it starts meeting what we were talking about earlier with, making sure we have high quality members, informed members. But I think if we like so he put it on there, but like having a land class, having a septic class, having a economic development class, like these different things that, one of the most interesting things I sat in on, as you guys noted, I wouldn't have necessarily picked it as a speaker, but when we were at the leadership days with Missouri Realtors, I guess last month, they had a guy come in from Silex, and he had just gone through, as the mayor, recruiting a large scale economic development type project where they brought in I think a $10, $14 million company. And there was a lot of details in their process that a lot of people may not have known, like confidentiality and, not talking about who's coming and all those sorts of things. And again, it was like I sat in a class and I didn't know it, but I became a better, more informed in that niche so that I could, talk appropriately to, potential clients. And I actually did that and landed a commercial listing. And I felt like it was because I sat in that class. So just those types of things I think are worthwhile. I have to take a phone call, so I'm going to bounce off real quick.
Liz?
he just reminded me, and I do I like commercial, but you have to do both when you start. But anyway, but I found something out that I wish somebody had told me, about commercial. Because I mean, that like lead-based paint, it's not required. But I found out that what happens if that person decides to move in? And it was like, oh, God, I need a lead-based paint, but things like that. But I've never had anybody speak, or I've never read anything about, commercial. I probably need to go more in a commercial class sometime, and that might, there's a lot of people that might be interested in something that is going, geared toward commercial. Something, that's just my thought, because there's a lot of people who get involved in that.
I think it would keep our consumers better protected
Oh.
too, because they lean on us. And if we are educated, we can.
Yeah,
we
and
can
I
take care of that.
wouldn't have thought about it, because again, there's certain things commercial doesn't require.
Earlier we were talking about that third that doesn't do anything or does very little in slash professionalism. What can we as a board do educationally to try to change that, some of those issues to help create more professional agents? To the dudes out there, but educationally, what can we offer? What services can we offer to try to change that dynamic?
I think it goes to brokers. I think we have to communicate to the brokers and let them understand the liability that is on them for agents who are not.
And a lot of
professional.
brokers don't know this.
Absolutely, and they
because
don't know what somebody's poor performance can do to them. And so I think educating brokers was a big part of that.
If you're bringing the brokers together quarterly, and you obviously don't get all of them participating, but even if you got a representative member to participate quarterly, one of the things that I have seen very effective is to be able to take one of your strategic subjects, and just use professionalism as an example. And let's just say that during first quarter 2022, we're going to have a broker forum, and the overall focus of that is going to be raising professionalism. And one of the things that I would encourage you to do is not try to second guess all the messages that you need to hand the brokers on professionalism. I think the question is, brokers come to the forum prepared to share one best practice that you do in your brokerage firm that raises professionalism, because they will learn much faster from each other, and you will have a much richer collection of take-home ideas for them sharing around the table. And after the first forum, I promise you, if you every single time identify one subject off of your strategic plan and ask them to come in with one best practice idea on what they're doing in that particular arena, be it education, or be it diversity, or be it professionalism, or be it the value of being a member or whatever. You're not having to have this woman sit up all night trying to figure out how to write a program. And secondly, you're using the invaluable knowledge and experience. And sometimes people will share something, not that they're doing, but they heard somebody else doing it, and I'm going to share it as my best practice because I want to showcase something when I'm sitting here with my colleagues at a broker forum. I very much encourage you to build that concept of best practice sharing into your broker meetings.
Would that work too, with like the affiliates? Is that something that the affiliates could help you guys with? Maybe don't have one affiliate, but have a panel, so that you're getting maybe a broader perspective from, every lender thinks differently.
No, that's true.
Some of us are a lot more open, some of us not. Some of us specialize more in commercial lending versus real estate lending versus,
It almost is like you need a panel.
Right, like if we
Yeah.
provided you guys with a panel, maybe,
Maybe, yeah,
So
as a
that-
program or something.
that's a super point, and was kind of some of the concept of the task force last year that was redoing policies and bylaws. One thing that we did do and was approved by the board was having these committees where affiliates could sit on as voting members, or could also chair and be more involved, because I know when I first came on the board, and those have been around much longer than I have, it was an us and them. We all went to affiliates for the money, but you couldn't sit on any committees and tell us what to do because you're not a realtor. Now affiliates have NERDS numbers. We've opened things up to get that because we want that diversity,
We want that in.
but it's still in its infancy as far as having been implemented to grow and be.
And like I said, everybody looks at it, different.
Correct.
Every lender,
I
a
think it's an
mortgage
area to
company
grow on.
might look at it different, say, from a banker's perspective,
Right.
or, because we're
And I-
seeing different regulations and how it's impacting us. I mean,
You do any kind of an annual event where you showcase your affiliates? They're able to set up booths and you bring all your realtors in, you maybe have a speaker, and maybe some kind of a lunch activity. But it's either usually a day-long event.
Well, not a day-long event. So it's modified. One, COVID gave us an opportunity, pros and cons to modify a bunch of stuff. Two, we used to have our election night / affiliate night up at White Mule. The affiliates would set up different booths and people would go around and do the round robin. It seemed very assembly line-ish.
I don't know if it was informative, but it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, but what I've seen coming post-COVID with our events is sometimes it's either affiliates 50-50 or
well, that's
sometimes
what I
there's
was-
more, sometimes there's more
affiliates.
affiliates showing up than our members. And that's fine, and we're happy to have it, but if it's the board of realtors,
That's one criticism we have as the affiliates. Sometimes we go and we're like, well,
Why are you there?
How many
Yeah.
people are we reaching being here?
yes, I mean, exactly, it's the whole idea to kind of put our face out there. I mean,
but
face it every
Well,
day.
and some
so
of the
let's,
things are
on the
expensive.
topic of engagement, then let's take that observation and challenge and how do we turn it into an asset or a learning opportunity? I mean, this is a great time to discuss that. How do we make that into a positive?
Well, I would love to have a group meeting with the banks because you put on their range refrigerator, blah, 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 curtain. And I immediately get an amendment back saying has no value. So I'm like, okay, I've been doing, that's what we did, but now I'm seeing we can't do that. And so it's like, okay, where do I write this? And I usually just put it, which has no value.
Right.
But there's a lot of agents that don't do that. So then we have to do it later. So I would think that would be a great reason, what you need to see on FHA, USDA, VA, what you need in
And like I
conventional.
said, if you got a broader perspective, say you had Michelle Eastman versus me versus Sherry Bank of Washington.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
If you had a broader and you brought in somebody, like, I don't know if a lot of you know, but my husband is a commercial lender for Sullivan Bank. We work together. That's a little different topic. But, Kevin is much more,
We're not the association that criticizes that.
right.
That's your good.
He's got a better, a better gauge on commercial. I do commercial, but in the lending world, sometimes you're more comfortable. For me, real estate is very black and white, and I like that. Commercial's very gray, and that's what Kevin likes, because there's not as many rules. So.
And somewhere in the middle.
Exactly. That is something that you would get a broader perspective of. And the same thing with maybe a couple different septic people or inspectors. Get a different take on everybody. They do the same job, but maybe a different take on what they're looking at.
That would be good.
Okay, those are great ideas.
One of the things that I wanted to say was, we did have, before COVID hit, once a month, we would have meetings in this room where we would have a different affiliate come.
Was that the
And
luncheon?
The lunch and
Yeah.
learns, and we had them signed up for what, a whole year, Amanda?
I did a year in advance.
Yeah, a year in advance, and then COVID, so that just kind of went away and we just haven't picked it back up yet.
But do you think it would be better to have one larger showcase than to try to break it down monthly? Where a realtor is trying to go every single month to kind of get that information? Would it be better to have a bigger panel and have something, a lot more information for them in a short period of time?
Peggy, that's what I was picturing too, Peggy, is almost like quarterly. And instead of having like 3 lenders in the room at the same time, which I think could end up quite contentious, what if like every quarter there was a lender, a title company, an inspector, and an insurance person on the panel? And so every quarter we'd talk about whatever's happening in those, vendors would get a chance to be spotlighted. And then you're having a not compartmentalized conversation. You're having a truly broad conversation about, like you said, a title issue that came up. Well, what does it look like from the lender side? What does it look like from, the title side? And well, then the inspector and insurance aren't a part of that question. So what question would be appropriate for them? Well, what about, when you find out the seller had applied for a insurance claim, but then canceled it? Like, what does that look like from the insurance side or the lender side? Just trying to think out loud, but I think a quarterly panel would be neat to see all those people talking about whatever has come up in that quarter.
Help me kind of sort into some larger categories. Go back to my rock analogy. These are all nice pebbles, but I'd like to have them kind of categorized into a couple of larger categories. But certainly, you've got one or two things here for brokers. You've got a couple of things that are member education. Fairhaven is really a diversity issue opportunity. Interesting topics and presentations not only discussed might be. Can you come up above on the top and just put the word broker up there above that? Yeah. Just capitalize it. And then brokers. Yeah, and just space down that word brokers. Okay. Is there anything else that's focused on brokers here? We talked about broker forms, and we talked about using the best practices. Did that get up here at all? Yeah, focus on best practices. It's like the fifth one down. Can you move that focus on best practices under the broker thing?
Broker's the big rock, or is education the big rock?
I think you're talking about an event for broker. I'd like to put the two broker things together, and then I think an education is next big rock. Yes. Because engagement includes education, but it's not all encompassing. All right, and then put a space in there.
And then you look at broker education.
Yeah, back up to member education.
I said, when you had the brokers things, did you have a good, I mean, the luncheons, did you have a good turnout?
Yeah, we did.
You did?
It was a pretty
Okay.
good,
I just was curious because
I think
luncheons
we
is hard for me, but.
It was hit or miss, Liz. I mean, sometimes we'd have 10 to 15 to 20 people, and sometimes we'd have 5.
I made a couple, but not that many, and I just
I
wondered.
think with the addition of Zoom, being so common
And then I
now.
would
Zoom, I
separate.
might,
these
Agreed, so agreed,
Oh.
Sonia.
More frequently.
that's
I'd
true.
put special events as another category. We'll work on spacing and sizing after the meeting. So in the category of engagement, where you're talking about increasing member participation and the value of membership and education and members' ability to become successful, you've come up with three major areas of opportunity. One focusing in on brokers, a second one talking about expanding your educational offerings, and then you've come up with a couple of special events that might have both an educational component as well as a social component. It might have a guest speaker component, one being the showcase event, one being the quarterly lunch and learns. Coming back to that. Are we happy with this? Anything else?
Derek is suggesting moving the increase affiliate engagement to the bottom.
Okay. Yep.
Well, I think the disconnect on all of this, and I mean, even currently, and then taking these good ideas is what's the value or instilling the value? I mean, look, the people that are engaged because they see value in what's currently being. So those that have come to RPAC, see value in RPAC, so therefore they're engaged. Those that want to know more about affiliates or affiliates wanting to be more involved, see value to that, so they're involved. And the brokers that come to the events or see value to coming to them, and those who don't show up. So, you know, that all being said, I mean, how do we sell the value or instill value or advertise the value of the events and programs that we're doing? Because again, if we have a third that don't do anything, a third that does do stuff, and a third that just floats out there, how do we engage the floating third that's semi doing it and semi not doing it, and still value so they show up and become the third that's actually doing stuff and becoming more professional? People don't
Yeah,
see
and
value, they show up.
Yeah, I agree, Stephen. And I think that Sonia's point was spot on. I mean, the idea of Zoom is huge when you think of the lunch and learn participation. We never offered it that I'm aware of as part of the lunch and learn. We always wanted people to get to our office, so we didn't offer digital versions. I think that's a huge factor that we need to make sure maybe ends up somewhere on this particular slide here, that our engagement needs to encourage the use of Zoom and digital participation.
And that might be good for like the
Needs to be
brokers.
in the education.
Yes.
not the special use.
And then the other thing on this particular slide, for some reason, I think that it just idea dawned on me, but the Fairhaven and C2EX, why don't we have like a contest and we slide that up to the brokers and say, hey, we're going to promote these two things to our brokers. And that instead of it being our education, it's actually like a, I don't know it, what do you call it? A contest for brokers moving forward. Yeah, promotional event, whatever you want to call it. But I would almost slide that to brokers to put the pressure on the brokers to implement the NAR products rather than us having to smash it. Because I think we've already tried. Now we need the brokers to do it.
I know brokers that have no clue what Fairhaven and C2EX is.
So that's why I think it'd be neat to do the promotion to the broker's side for the engagement.
I think one thing that we can do is say, hey, could you be a liability, something one of your agents does? I just, in going through some of the 2EX stuff, I read some ethics, actual situations where brokers were at risk for what their agents have done. And the brokers who took precautions, like having them providing the NAR pamphlet or just different things that brokers have done that you can do to negate some of your liability, but let brokers know you really are responsible if you don't do these things. Your broker and one of your agents messes up, you could be on the line too.
Steve, do you have any other suggestions on in response to your question?
Yes, Steve.
About adding or promoting value of membership?
You know, it's a challenge. There's no doubt about it. And it's not just this organization. Multiple of us several of us are in multiple organizations and leadership of those. And I'm sure we have had those same discussions there. How do we get community engagement, member engagement, et cetera? It's value. You know, one thing, as an example with broker/member engagement, one thing I thought was kind of a cool trend, and it was touch and go because we have a busy calendar, but the traveling breakfast or lunch, we went out to Klein's out in Rosebud, and we got some agents to show up and a couple of lenders that don't come into the board office for things or show up. So there was engagement. Sometimes you got to take the show on the road in order to help instill the value, the purpose of it. People aren't politically motivated, so I don't know how. I don't know how to instill the value on RPAC and the reasoning that it is important and what everything that we do as an industry and association, locally, state, and national. We have a huge political arm and the importance thereof it. People just don't get it. So I know, Bruce, I guess if I had that answer of how to instill that extra value, I probably wouldn't be bringing the topic up now.
One thing I, kind of just seeing, when you have broker meetings, this is ugly, but whatever.
We're being honest, so that's what.
I mean, this is really what at first I thought, oh, send a blast out to all the agents. Your broker didn't show up. The agents have the power to say to that broker, hey, you get over there so you can teach us. Or if you don't want to be ugly, you could say, these are the brokers that did show up. We invite the other brokers. It's imperative that they come. You won't get the information you might need if your broker doesn't come. Put it on them.
Yeah, you can't go the one way because that's a code of ethics thing to talk disparagingly about
I
a
know,
realtor.
no, but I'm just saying,
But then
you know what,
thank you
I
for the
was
brokers
being,
that showed up.
I did think.
You can
that.
acknowledge the people
But
that-
just say, because I'm thinking, and like when people go with the float trip, it's kind of like, nobody really knows who's showing up, and we're all kind of under the radar. I'm always like to be under the radar. But if you put out there and you have the wherewithal that you could just send a blast to all the agents and brokers. Hey, we had a meeting and this so-and-so was there. We missed you. I mean, it's just a constant like accountability.
Well, let me throw this to the brain trust. On the flip side, I received a complaint. So let's back up. So we've started utilizing over the last couple of years, the Facebook page even more. We started utilizing Zoom more through COVID and technology to engage people. I think we've seen some increased engagement. Amanda's constantly putting out not just, hey, happy birthdays, but here's an AR stuff, here's classes you can take, and here's articles and things like that. I actually received a complaint from one of our agents that all of that was going out, constantly getting bombarded on Facebook, and notifications there. So, and I only bring the complaint up. I mean, I partly threw some of that, and well, whatever. But the other part is, okay, if we are overloading them, do we then become an annoyance and then it gets shuffled off? And I'm sorry, Steve, I'm never going to look at the Facebook page because it's always the same thing. Or we pepper things in there to where it does engagement. I mean, is there a balance? Is there an issue? It is not. And I only bring it up because we have a lot more minds here to kind of process that. Where
I
do
would
you
want
find
you
it?
to say the majority don't mind. I like everything. I mean, I may just glance at it, but it's.
I would
like-
say whoever said that spends very little time on their social media, and when they do go on, it's one of the only things they engage, so it's one of the only things they see.
Derek?
No, it wasn't Derek. Explain.
Thanks, Derek. No, he had a comment.
No, I agree with Brian. It's the algorithm, so I wouldn't worry about that person's complaint all that much. No offense to whoever sent it. Facebook pushes
love it.
whatever you interact with. So if they went on there and only liked people's birthday comments on FCBR, the next time they go back on there, they're going to see everything that FCBR posted since their last interaction. And I almost guarantee that's what took place there. My comment was going to be on.
Don't you do it? Wasn't make more sense.
I lost. It wasn't all that important, so I'll lower my hand.
Okay.
All right, should we move on? All right, what's the next category here? Professionalism. Fostering member professionalism and consumer trust by raising the standards of excellence of realtors. We've dabbled around this one already quite a bit.
Could we just move some of those bullets over to this? I feel like these two are really overlapping. The only thing I can think of that would come into this category that wouldn't be part of education is the actual pro standards process. And I don't know how we change what we currently do. I guess the main topic on that would be to consider not having our own pro standards and utilizing Missouri Realtors process. That would, in theory, be a good change for increasing our professionalism and making sure that potentially complaints do come in when bad things happen, because currently we are not having the reports of the bad behavior like we should.
Help me understand what you're saying. Ethical violations are being processed at a local level and adjudicated at a local level, and you're not forwarding them into the Missouri Realtor process?
No, let me explain that better, Bruce. So currently we have our own pro standards process. So we have a grievance committee, we have pro standards committee, and we have members assigned to that. We have not actually seen a case or a complaint make it to pro standards or through grievance. Correct me
But
if
we've
I'm wrong,
also
Amanda.
agreed to start doing that in January.
Okay, so that has happened. Okay, good.
Yes.
Yes, Derek, it passed, so I already signed the contract. We start in January.
Yeah, I don't know what else we add to this topic besides what we just discussed in education. I feel like those start overlapping.
We can move this professional standards comment back into the first category and eliminate this. This is your plan. We just had them separated on the pre-retreat survey, and so I brought them forward. But there's no magic to having to combine them.
Ryan?
Yeah. In my experience, the ones that I have usually the most confrontation or issues with or actually isn't the agents on our board. I think our board actually cooperates better together amongst our 300 or whatever. It's when it's the St. Louis agents that come in and they seem to have low standards that they hold themselves to, in my experience. So to go to our board not having as many complaints, not that we don't ever rub each other wrong, because we do, but we cooperate better than the agents that come in from outside our board.
I will say that.
I agree, Brian.
I agree on
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
They're
because I know that I've rubbed with people in this room and in this meeting, but we're still talking today and we're in this room and we're in this meeting. And we're participating. And does that make sense?
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like the St. Louis agents, maybe because there's so many of them, those relationships seem expendable as opposed to kind of we kind of seem to be more like a family that's stuck with each other and you work through and fight. if
What
that
was
makes
the
sense.
statistic that we heard?
What?
St. Louis board has just
More.
as many grievances as the entire state
Combined.
Yeah,
Oh,
combined.
yeah, and so that's my experience
that
is
kind of tells you
where
something.
the bad realtor relations happen, in my experience, is with St. Louis board, not even St. Charles.
I think a part of it too is that we all know that we are going to be having interactions together again. You know, we do multiple deals with each other. So why sour things where these other agents coming in, like from the St. Louis board, they're never going to see us again. They don't care.
Right. We know each other by face. You know, we know each other's face and names, and you know you're going to see those people and talk to them multiple times after that.
I don't know how you fix that.
And I think where we don't complain about each other is that we learn to work with each other.
What are you suggesting we do, Brian?
I don't know that it's bad. I like the fact that we learn to work with each other as opposed to complain and have, you know, I don't think taking it to the state's necessarily going to change the dynamic of our board.
I think, you know, from the Big Rock analogy,
I don't think it's bad either though. So.
from the Big Rock analogy, the Big Rock's for a reason, which means they can go over. They can cross, there can be crossover. So the Big Rock, this particular professionalism is education. I think if we're going to look at the pebbles to fill in the gaps, it's the type and the quality or the information being out there. In specific regards to professional standards, grievance. You know, my observation has been that agents don't know the process of filing a grievance, or they feel, especially on the smaller level, because there is only 365 of us, that if I file a grievance, then I'm going to create an enemy and I don't want to do it, which is part of why we voted to go to the state process. But we have a very unique industry where we police our own. But if we fail to police our own, and the whole code of ethics isn't worth the paper it's printed on. The whole grievance process doesn't matter a one thin dime if we're not policing our own. And I think
we are.
educationally to help promote professionalism, I think this kind of ties into some of your heartache on some of these agents out there is people aren't turning them in, but I also think they don't know the process to do it. And St. Louis Association, I think they're not to armchair quarterback them, but there is an entry to barrier because you have to put up, as I understand it, some money when filing agreements. And where we don't. I mean, if we're going to truly police our own, we need to do so. I think we need to educate people on policing their own. And, yeah, I mean, because again, people don't know, they just don't. So, but the education and professionalism is there. I think if we want to build on the professional, then we focus on the pebbles in the sand, on the pinpoint stuff of driving those things home. Do we have more classes? Do we have more speakers? Do we try to get Bruce out here and have one big event? But if you think about it, nobody looks at the code of ethics until the CE class comes around and it's a mandatory thing.
That is true.
So if we're constantly going to be driving it home, then we need to be multiple times a year, or at least a minimum once a year, have a session regarding that.
I think that rule of doing it every 2 years was established, and it's good enough only because it's established. Is there any way to advertise, which it would be on Facebook, so that person would hate it?
Or broker, or through the brokers.
Through the brokers, how much, I thought it was interesting when we started the meeting that he said there was 250 years of experience. But if it was, the professionalism of the realtor and the experience of the realtor, the lack of complaints against the realtor, all of that, just, did you know that, Coldwell Banker has 500 years of experience, and did you know there hasn't been a complaint, and did you know, just sort of, tooting our own horn, how important professionalism is.
But is there not a complaint because they're professional, or is there not a complaint because we are not policing our
We
own?
would know after 6 months when everybody'd be like, oh, good, let's complain. No.
I mean, look, I
I have
constantly,
no idea.
at least two meetings a month at our office. My catchphrase is, you need to file a complaint. Because there are legitimate issues that are brought up, agents making remarks about other agents or posting things erroneously, et cetera. But if we don't file a complaint, you're not going to change it. We're not going to increase the quality of agent out there. Education is going to increase the quality of agent. Policing our own is going to increase the quality of agent.
I think the policing our own should be first.
But the education end of it, that coming soon stuff, they change the rules on it all the time. So I'm really confused. Okay, so I get it coming soon and I put it on Facebook. That house is gonna be listed on Friday. That's coming soon. Well, it's not in the MLS. I got the listing. Am I allowed to do that? I think you are, but maybe I think you aren't. I don't know because they changed the rule.
You can read the rules today.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like, can I
coming
do
soon
that?
is
So I
complicated.
just avoid doing it, but I see somebody else.
But I
doing
can
it,
see
and I'm
why
like,
they
well,
have.
is it
I think
good or is it
As
bad?
long as
not do
everybody
it
does
until you
this.
make it available to.
Michelle, you can do that if that's Thursday. If it's Tuesday, you can't do it.
4 hours. 24 hours.
Thank you, Derek.
And that's how it is. Yep. You have one business day to get it in. If you market it without it being in Marist to any public avenue, including social media, then Marist needs to be aware of that listing within 1 day. And it cannot be withheld once it's publicly marketed. If you get a listing and your seller wants a private sale, then you, in theory, can't public market, you can't put a sign on it, but you can discuss it with your peers.
Coming soon?
No, not coming soon. That's the idea of having a pocket listing. Like if you actually want a private sale, that's still possible, but Marist needs to be notified of it, and it'll be within the withheld status, and only your brokerage has that access to that information, but you are still able to share it. Like if I have a listing and Liz, I know, has a buyer in that price range because they looked at something else, I can tell Liz about my property that I have listed that's a private sale pocket listing, i.e. In our terms, withheld within Marist, That's how you do that. And if you want to do the marketing, then you put it as coming soon. And you can say, hey, I just took pictures of my new listing. It'll be on the market Friday. As long as that is in Marist as coming soon, you can market it. You can have your sign on the property. You can share it on social media. I mean, I get that the rule has changed. It actually changed more so about whether showings were allowed, not so much whether you put the property in the
It's a
MLS.
showing.
Sorry to digress, but
And
there's some
there's-
confusion there. I hope I cleaned it up.
Well, there is a Marist marketing form that makes it so super easy, and it's in our Forms RS, but it explains it very simply. And it's something that you get the seller to sign, but it makes what Derek was saying, it makes it very, very simple. And it outlines to your seller exactly what their intentions are, but then it gives you as the agent very clear guidelines on where you need to be.
Agreed, Rachel. And the whole idea of that is that in theory, every listing you go on, you should have that marketing form because it allows your seller to understand the choices available to them within the Marist system.
Agreed.
Yeah, and it's on Marist. It's not on Forms RS. It's under the documents in Marist.
I have it on my Forms RS.
Oh.
I can print it directly from there. I have it like flagged, so it's always at the top, but it is on there.
Okay, good.
And this is all, I think, well, these are all good, good points. And I again find it humorous how we have a service that we pay for that then becomes a governing body, but then says they're not a governing body. But I think, Bruce is driving the bus here. I think the Marist kind of conversation, we could spend a good amount of time just on that.
I think that's a class.
But it
I
can,
was gonna
and
say,
it can be a class. I
we
think
need
it
a
kind of takes
class.
away from what FCBR is trying to focus on. We can worry about Marist at a Marist later date, but how it impacts FCBR is important, but how do we, let's not get too far down the rabbit hole there.
I think this directly plays into this conversation just about the statuses, plays into other agents' perspective of professional of other agents.
That's what
And
my
it is
comment was.
a contention for a lot of people because a lot of times misunderstanding of it
That's what I meant.
causes them to point fingers at people who now are currently following the newest version,
That's
which
exactly what I
they
meant.
think is wrong because they don't understand what the new version is.
That's
I
right.
agree. That comes back to the big rock of education.
Let me make,
Well, and the fact that that's always a moving target.
It
Yes,
is.
the rules change. It's frowned upon to have without.
and Steve, unless I come back and ask specifically for your permission and Amanda's position to share anything that I facilitate here with anybody at Marist, my role is confidential with you, and David Price makes no attempt at understanding, what's being discussed here. So, but let me just make.
These are valid points.
Yeah.
Have we talked about the curriculum that Marist supports in my coming out to your association beyond strategic planning for leadership training and for member training and that kind of stuff?
We have in the past, but not,
You've done a couple of programs
With
together, have we not?
we have, yes.
But it's been a while.
Well, it's
Because of COVID.
been a while, and I didn't bring it up earlier, but that's another resource. And there are a couple of programs where, I mean, I have one where I can almost guarantee you that anybody in attendance can walk away and increase by 3 to 5 closings over the coming 12 months over what they're doing.
Could that be a CE class?
It could be, yes,
would
it
be
could be a
good.
CE class. And I also have a couple of offerings where David Price is coming out with me, and he's doing a 45-minute presentation on the state of MLS and responding to the kind of questions that you have about everything from showing time to what Marist's newest innovation is. And then I'm adding some kind of program that's relevant to either the audience, whether it's just the board of directors we're talking to, whether it's a broker forum on a quarterly basis we're talking to, whether it's the entire membership. And we can kind of explore that at a later point. But, I think that when you start doing a deep dive about Marist, you need to get Marist out here talking.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Well, that's the original intent of my comment was, how do I know if you're being professional or if you're being professional, if I don't know what the rules are, because they just change, like the withheld listing, you know, with it, pocket listings were frowned upon. in Georgia. And so when somebody has one, I frown upon.
Well, I think you're not supposed to be able to show them.
But it isn't.
But no, it's just the point of what are the
You're
rules?
serving the goals of the seller, and if the seller doesn't want it out there, then Mara's coming in saying you have to put it out there, and the seller doesn't have a choice. That's.
But in my previous education, the point is to instruct your seller how, although you are asking me to keep it to myself.
I'll use a specific
It's-
example of myself, of a current listing that's in withheld.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a widow, her husband died. She would like to have the listing sold simply, easily, and quietly. She didn't want to deal with multiple showings. It was too emotionally stressful for her. And so she had it withheld, and she said, if it's not sold by the time that I have his remembrance, after that, I'll put it on the market.
Well, that makes sense, because
And
it's.
so
it's
Nice enough,
emotional
this, we're
time.
taking a deep dive here, and I need to come back up here with.
That's a,
Well,
we're
it's a-
going to do
it's a
that.
deep
another
dive,
time.
but it's
I
very
don't,
important
we need to address it, but can we put that on the parking lot for a later
Sure.
conversation?
Hey, you forgot to mention the parking lot.
Yeah, I didn't bring it up.
Yeah.
I forgot my sign.
Well, I have one
Yeah,
out on my wall.
we can use it.
That's good.
Let me ask you, Derek, you were the one that brought this up initially, that there wasn't much to put into this category. And we've just been sort of capturing the discussion around professional standards, greater emphasis on the code of ethics throughout the year, educate members on grievance process and file complaints as we shift the grievance process to Missouri Realtors. You want to just leave this into this professionalism category?
I'm good with it, Bruce. And then I'd like a third, if people don't get mind, the third one I think we just discussed was consistently making members aware of MLS and NAR rule changes.
Yes.
I like that.
Because it's not just like, hey, the news is out there. Like Amanda, you just messaged me, I think privately, and said, well, what if, we can do all this, but what if the brokers and the members never read what we provide them? And I think that's where the consistency comes in, that, it's not just when the rule changed, we need to, I guess, follow up weekly, monthly, and, just keep smashing those changes in. And I also commented in the chat, a lot of those rules that Maris ends up doing or changing, those are given to us. We aren't just making up rules most of the time. We're being told by NAR we have to change our rules. And so then we have to make those changes and accommodate our local market as much as we can based on the national rule being given to us.
It's a good point there.
Yeah.
The,
Next.
well, before we jump into the advocacy topic, the question, just, I'm kind of curious about survey wise from you guys is, I can't see you online, unfortunately. But how many of you around this table know that FCBR has a state-approved school? You didn't know that?
I knew that.
Oh, no, we
Thank
do.
you.
Yes, we do.
No, we did.
That's new. I knew that.
Okay. So that's, and I'm guessing, I'm making the assumption that folks around Zoom didn't know that, because again, you guys are engaged.
Derek said, yep, Mark said, I am.
And
Yep.
so I just asked the question because we know, one, I was curious, how
Well,
many
I
people
knew
that
it
are
was being
engaged
worked on.
actually knew here?
I knew it was being worked on.
And two, I think that's the other thing, again, how many of our brokers, and how many of our members know that we've established a school? Now, some of it's just this is still in the discovery phase and infancy, because we haven't started actually doing classes under it. Now that we're getting into a CE year, renewal year, Amanda's been working on getting educators and classes to be able to go through our school. But, as far as professionalism goes, this particular topic, even though education is the rock, but promoting our school may be a way to increased professionalism, i.e. through the classes. And if folks understand that we have our own school, then perhaps they can make education requests on what they type of things they want to see, and we can track those things down.
I think it's, yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, didn't that come up on the last survey, but it's been 2019, so, you know, that would
It's,
be kind of good to see what the.
Having our own school lets us give unique value to our board also.
it
School,
does.
It does.
What's the name of the school? What's the name?
FCBR school.
And Brian, I like that point you made about the unique value. So I guess that, I mean, it comes to how are we putting value on things? By having our school allows us to put a unique value on the education opportunity.
And specifically, like looking that Derek was talking about, the different, coming up with the different data about our board and seeing where our board fits into that. And so we could actually target areas that the data shows that we could benefit from gaining education based upon this data in these areas. So as opposed to giving broad education options, we can give some specific education options.
Okay. We got the SBR school up there.
You got anything on professionalism, increasing that?
My biggest question is you can send out 1 email a week or 100 a day. How do you get people there?
I don't think you measure it on mail. I think you measure it on results.
How do you get people to come? You can send emails, you can send them letters, you can send newsletters. How do you get them to show up, to get the information?
Derek has a comment. Hold on, Derek.
Yeah, this kind of leads me to the idea of like database decisions. Like, do we know how much people interact with our emails? Do you keep track of that? Who's analyzing the click rate, open rates? Do we track any of that? I mean, that would be a way to understand engagement, and then also to understand what do people interact with, so we can deliver more of what they like and less of what they don't like.
98% engagement on dues.
I will answer that, you know, we decided this year to get growth zone and we are almost fully integrated. Once that is 100% in, we will be able to track all of that stuff and give different ways for people to interact. That's going to allow all of our agents and brokers to download an app that they can communicate with each other on a forum, as well as it will track if people are opening up our emails.
Is that a big rock on our professionalism growth zone?
Absolutely. Yes, but I mean, it doesn't have to be on our strat plan because we've already done it. But it's a check mark off.
But
the
you
list.
certainly
So
can
we
put
got,
a bullet under there. It says track and report, marketing. No, just for the school. Yeah.
Tons of pizza.
Yeah, Brian.
I think to specifically speak to Steve's question, I think the way that we get them to interact is the same way that the marketing world's figured out how to get us to interact in purchasing items and everything else. And we use that data that we have, and we just haven't compiled or haven't looked at the ways to answer those questions, is that, you know, we use data driven to go to who it, you know, because we'll be able to narrow down who needs certain things. And so then we can contact the ones that we know need certain things specifically, as opposed to trying to cast it broadly to everybody, you know.
Yeah, target marketing.
Right, so are
You send that bad stuff to those bad agents.
No. So like, let's say, I'll make up an analogy. So we find out, okay, we have a group of 30 agents that have been an agent for less than 2 years, and they haven't been through, you know, they've only been through their original, whatever they got for professional when they got their license. And so how do we make sure that they get engaged to go through that next required class, or to prepare them for that, or, you know, but we know that group has the least amount of education in that.
Then is that a YPN kind of endeavor? Because new agents are not necessarily young agents, but
Yeah, I'm not talking
agents
young,
are
but
new
see,
agents.
and that's when I got started. I went to like a YPN thing or once or twice, but I'll be 50 in 2 months. I'm not really young anymore. You know, when I was new, I was still.
That's good, 'cause it's under 40.
Well, so but see, you say under 40,
Right?
I was 40 when I started.
Right.
See, I was already I wasn't in their world in life, you know, but I was in their same position in real estate.
Can we look at one more category before lunch?
Well, YPN, hold on a second. YPN does not have an age threshold. That is the idea of young in the industry is how I understand it. Of course, there are young people typically being leaders in there for the leadership development platforms across the state and local boards, but there is no age restriction on that. So that is not the case. But I will say the idea of curating content to members and making sure they get what they want. Bruce, can you speak to that? Because we did this at Marist, and I think they're trying to utilize similar concepts as that from when Tim was with us. Do you mind speaking to that a little bit, Bruce?
Back up and rephrase the question for me. I lost you somewhere in the place.
No problem. At Marist, we generated profiles, I guess, for our members, and we're trying to curate the appropriate content to our members. At least that was an objective a few years ago. I don't know how the staff side's actually still working on it or not. But do you remember when we did that? And do you mind speaking to it a little bit, Bruce?
No, I don't think that I am versed enough to talk to that issue, Derek. But I tell you what I will do. I will work with Amanda and David Price, and I will bring David to you.
I think we need that.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the next topic, to utilize some of the diversity of thought here, not put you on the spot, but Betty, what does the Missouri Bankers Association do to engage better professionalism? I mean, I'm assuming you're a part of the Missouri Bankers
Yes,
Association.
so, of course, they offer classes, they have school we could send, but I mean, believe it or not, the problem with banking, especially during COVID, is it's been terrible. I mean, there's not enough hours in the day. So we've really taken it upon ourselves. We have compliance training every month. We also have compliance online that we have to do that's pretty extensive. And part of it is that everything from diversity to fair lending to whatever, but that is also part of it. But a lot of it comes from us as management too, you know. If we go to, like, every once in a while as senior management, I'll go with one of the younger ones to a closing and make sure that they're saying the right things and that they're not. You know, and we teach them that our goal is to go to every closing, do not miss. I mean, unless it's just absolutely, you just have to. You know, that it's basically coming from within. Missouri Bankers Association does offer some of that, but I really would say that it's not utilized from what I see, the couple banks that I've worked at.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I mean, again, if integrating affiliates into more of our committees was to get the concept of diversity of thought. I appreciate you, Sarah. Remember, you took the time to come today. You know, there's nothing wrong with doing a little R&D, you know, rip off and duplicate. You know,
Right.
there's things that work in other associations. And I don't know about anybody else, but I would take the correlation there as where
Mentoring, I guess.
mentoring, management,
Yes.
big responsibility there ties back into the engagement of making sure we have engaged brokers and we're passing knowledge to brokers and the brokers are therefore doing theirs. So there is some correlation there. I mean, we can tie across those two.
And it's everywhere you go. I mean, I have bosses, I'm not really sure what they do. Everybody does, but you've got to be able to teach the younger ones. I think your more seasoned agents are who you want to go to, you know, the ones that have been doing this a long time. They're who you want to go to because they've witnessed so many different things that can go awry. I mean, even from a lending perspective, you know, talking to a customer, that's what we fall back on. Well, I've seen this happen, so you don't say it won't happen. It can, you know, but I think your seasoned ones are the ones that you need to go to for the mentor. They've just seen a lot. They've been around a lot.
I think, and you know what, maybe something to consider on professionalism, or maybe it's an extra under education, I don't know, but maybe creating a mentorship program. It's weird between brokers, the way brokers and agents are in the licensing law and things there, but maybe there's a way, maybe there's a way to create some kind of mentorship program to correlate that doesn't violate licensing law, but helps brokers, or whatever. So I just realized between Sonia, Steve, Michelle, you guys are some of the smaller brokerages in the room. I don't know how many are with Remax.
Eight.
Eight?
Well,
80
Eight.
well,
I'm in
see,
our
that-
office.
in the office,
Our individual officer.
in the individual office here in FCBR.
We have.
Eight.
Eight.
Well, no, that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
The point,
5.
I guess the point being is, you know, if we look at it, we're all small, kind of small brokerages. I mean,
Most of it.
if we look at it, I mean, like Mark, how many do you have in the office now? 40? He's gone. He's probably has about 40. I mean, we as a company have 70, but that's different. I mean, so
I would assume he assigns mentors.
it's just I think it's unique. Those of us that are involved versus the size of the brokerages and the ideas that come up.
What do you want up there?
She got it. She
You
put
got it.
Okay,
She backtracked on her education and put kind of a
okay, good.
mentorship thing there. Thank you. Anyway,
Let's take one more category.
advocacy.
Advocacy. Advocating for private property rights and a stronger region, elevating realtor party program awareness and participation, advocating for property rights and home ownership. I think we talked earlier about promoting RPAC. How do you set goals for RPAC?
The state does
State comes down and gives you the goal,
dollars.
and it's based in dollars
Categories.
or individuals.
Both.
Total for the board.
Can you set a goal in this plan to meet and exceed both your participation in dollars and members?
I don't know that we want to do that. do we?
I think it's.
Maybe
I think it's a slippery
participation,
slope
but
to
not dollars.
Quantify that. Oh, maybe.
Didn't
Go
we
ahead,
go over our
Steve.
goal? Didn't we go over our goal like 3,000 or 4,000 now?
Right.
We did.
So by doing that, next year our goal is gonna be that much higher. So
So we.
one
do
of
it
our
ourselves.
plans was always just to go over it by 500 to 1,000.
Okay.
When you make a big jump, next year's goal is even tougher to,
So do we want to use the word meet instead of exceed?
that'd be better. I mean, it is in some ways, but
Yeah,
Meet
'cause
meet our RPAC goals, dollars and members?
I mean, it's just a reaffirmation of what
And
we
I
want to
think
do.
we-
There's nothing wrong with
I
that.
mean, how many years has it been since we haven't done that? Exceeded the year prior?
I don't,
I
it's
think we
been for over 10 years.
Yeah,
For over 10 years, we've always exceeded
Been above.
about a little bit.
we've gone up every year.
I think that probably is the one that we do well in, is RPAC. But I will say, like, before I got in RPAC, I would do my little donation, whatever it was. whatever,
$15.
15, no. I didn't.
No, that's in the bill, right?
I mean, in the bill, I probably did for a while because
It
I
was
didn't
15
understand
for a
it.
while.
But when I got on the committee, and I remember we wanted our office to be 100% office because we wanted to go in that drawing. And I would call the agents and they, even if it was $25, then we were 100% company. And, but they didn't even know kind of what I was talking about. It's like, okay, so I think, again, I go back to a broker, but our manager or whatever you have, we are, whatever. But anyway, so we, but I'm saying there's so many things most the general public does, or the general membership does not know.
Mhm.
And I don't, and that was something I was gonna bring up for the membership and the public. When we had that big vote where they wanted to take out like the interest, and they were gonna charge us tax, like they do in Chicago, a percentage. If it had not been for, our board, or the big board.
The Missouri
Mark,
Association.
we would have
State
gotten
and
that.
National stepped in.
Yes, and had we not had that, I know we spent over $1 billion, I heard, but the public never heard that. And I'm thinking, we need to let them know what we do for them. Can we not advertise something like that? Can we not put that on a blast or on Facebook? Because
Yeah.
nobody ever knew what we did to save their paying taxes. They wanted it so bad it hurt. It hurt that they wanted it.
So publicly or membership wise?
Both, I think both, because I think the public thinks we just sit and eat bonbons and make money.
Yeah, that's,
I mean, and they don't understand when we are so, we help them.
mhm.
And, we're not just all for ourselves, but I thought that would be a good thing to push.
I think that you can do a press release from this association any and every private property rights advancement that you are involved in. And you don't even need to be the one initiating it. If you're down at City Hall and just simply speak to an issue, you have every right to release a note to the press and to the local paper and to the local radio station.
And say, thank you, realtors, you know.
Yeah, that identifies that Franklin County Realtors supported such and such in your behalf.
That'd be good. I mean, you know, we usually don't say it. That would be a good, I think we need to let the, because I'm seeing all kinds of things on TV about just Zillow and they'll sell your house and whatever that new thing is. It's like, seriously? But you know what I'm saying? They think that's all you do.
Yep.
Liz, you know, I guess kind of back up a little bit on that. Or maybe kind of focus in a little bit, maybe and get closer to home. A lot of, if our own agents don't know, our own members don't know what we do, then that becomes an issue. And I think, you know, we can probably work toward that.
That's
and
true.
make it bigger, informing our agents of the type of advocacy that we do. Because it's easy to say, well, here's the state advocacy that we do, and we go and we talk to our legislators and we do this, and we can see here's the national advocacy with property rights and home ownership. But I would imagine most of our members don't realize that we as an association went to the county and spoke on behalf of property rights on the zoning issue 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
And it got drowned out by CAFOs, but we voiced our concern of how the zoning changes would impact real estate and property owners there. Two, what folks don't realize is we have advocated on behalf of zoning issues in regard to the city of Hermit. So now from a county, we went to a municipality. There is an issue now that has come up not only with our association about one of our local municipalities, but within SLAR regarding some policy and ordinances they have. I mean, so the advocacy is not always the bigger picture. I mean, it can be home. So I think we need to look at that and find a way that to let our members know we do it locally, we do it state, and we do it nationally. And then from there, the press releases to the public, then letting our public know, because if we have 100 members that know, it'll get to the public.
I agree. And maybe that is something the RCAP committee can somehow figure out how to make it go out to the, I don't know, you know, is it a letter? Is it an email? I don't know, but we could talk about that. But that to me is the most important because I know the members don't know, so I know the public doesn't know.
Well, the challenge, saying going publicly, and I'm not disagreeing and say we shouldn't, the challenge with going publicly is staying that realtor purple. You know, we're not red, we're not blue, we're here about property rights regardless of party. You know, and I think some people like to pull away from the advocacy of politics. They don't want to get involved in politics, or they don't want the party. But really, we've gone as realtors, we've gone to Jeff City, and I know we've spoken with Republican state legislators, Democrat state legislators, our contingency as well as across the state, because it's property rights.
It's property rights.
So if we can emphasize that point as well amongst our members and amongst the public, we can achieve what you're.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of need to leave politics out of it, other than we have to.
Garrett,
Have you been,
Derek,
Yeah, so as I'm reading this, it sounds like there's 3 different distinct topics within advocacy. And I feel like the last 2 bullets fall into the first sentence of advocacy, and the RPAC lines fall into the second sentence under advocacy. And the phrase that jumped out to me in this topic, I like the idea of press releases, but when you read, we're not just advocates for private property rights, but a strong region, we could probably do more releases on economic development type stuff. Like if one of our members does a commercial deal that brings in a business, like we should be promoting that. Not necessarily for the benefit of the member, you know, advertising them per se, but the idea that our members are involved in building our communities. And so I think that's the idea of a stronger region. Like there are probably things we do every year, everyone at our table, that helps our region become stronger. And if we could do press releases about our brand and our members doing things like that, I think that that's almost going to be better. Like Steven said, talking about politics or parties. We don't want to get into that. But when we start talking about economics, people get on board. Like if you talk about policy decisions and we went and lobbied for this, that's politics. But when you say we moved a member of our association brought in a business that's going to make an impact in a town needing commerce, I mean, those stories are actually going to be like heartfelt by the consumer. Whereas if you talk about politics, it may not be as well received. So maybe encouraging our members to provide the board information about how they're helping our region be stronger. Are we going to MoDOT meetings? Are we going to these different types of things that help our area? I don't know. I'm just trying to think outside the box, but maybe if we do big policy things like Amendment 4, yeah, we need to create a press release. But are there more regular and subtle ways of saying we build our region, not politics? I think that'd be a huge step for us too.
Derek, you started off your comment by saying that you would break this into 3 sections, and I only heard RPAC as one of them. What were the other 2?
Well, it's the 3 lines up above. So you have advocate for property rights and stronger region, which to me is economic development. And then the 3rd line is advocate for property rights and home ownership, which would be the 3rd bullet.
Gotcha.
So like the first one up there is the advocate economic development, in my mind, stronger region. And then the realtor party is in a way RPAC. And then the home ownership, it would be the property rights and home ownership would be the kind of 3rd bullet.
Property rights.
And that's where I think you guys can partner with your affiliates and partner with your local community. The city of Washington or Franklin County or Union.
Chambers. Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is important, but I'm in a group where Brad Hildebrand, who owns KSLQ, is in, and he is always throwing out, he has a package like for a year, I think he said for $99 or some godly price. And I thought maybe we could do advertising on the radio. I don't listen to it, but I'm sure people do. Okay, I don't know.
Well, believe it or not, I mean, I'm only 15 minutes to Harvard in the morning. A lot of times I listen to like KLPW just to hear locally if there's something that's like that I need to be aware of.
You know what, when I listen to it, it's like, why can't I listen to it?
Right.
Because everything else is saying, well, serious,
Yeah.
Serious. Anyway, so I could get a price. I think he would work with us. We could probably get, and it's like, I don't know how many times a day we would have different things. And I thought, okay, that would because I don't know about newspaper anymore, but I know.
We used to have a publicity committee, or we slide that into something else?
What committee?
I can't keep, we used to have a publicity committee, but
We did have
I think
that.
we combined that into
No, we still, public relations.
public relations.
Just a thought.
No, it's good.
And
Good
like I
thought.
said, I'll get a price from him on, it was like, I told him, I said, I think I'm interested, but I haven't gotten with him. But it might be something we could use that wouldn't break us.
Yeah, well, and additionally, I'm glad Derek mentioned the economic development, because advocacy, I think sometimes we get target fixated on our path
Yes.
True.
and the politics, but advocacy is so much more than that. It is the local stuff. And if you think about the local stuff, one of the things we brought up, which is the next topic afterward, is community outreach, being involved and whatnot, it's going to tie into that as well.
Well,
But-
the Chamber of Commerce. too.
But advocacy is good
Yeah.
in partnering with the chamber or partnering with the Bankers Association. I mean, there's opportunities there when after lunch, when we get to that rock, but on the advocacy, yeah, there's definitely more than just RPAC. And I think we don't fully realize that sometimes. So Derek, those are some good points, everybody. I'll buy you a beer after we get out there.
There you go.
Thanks.
All right, I think we take a break here for lunch. We've got lunch being set up and we're gonna just bring it back to the table. It's 12:15. Can we just reconvene at 12:30? And then I think we're pretty much on target to get out of here by 2.
One.
How's that sound?
I thought you said one on my thing. I know.
Thought I said 1? What did we say?
Was it one?
I have 2 down.
I have one, I have to
Okay.
leave by 1.
I had
Sorry, I
one.
had to leave there too, sorry.
What did you have? I had one.
I had one.
Thank you. I thought I was losing it.
No, I had one and I have, I'm missing a closing right now that
Yeah,
just
but
about
with
fell
an
apart.
Well, we're pretty close to the last couple of these. We may come close to one.
It doesn't.
Let's reconvene
It
at
is
12.
what it is.
It's 12:30 and we'll work as fast as we can to meet your expectations.
Well, it's good discussion. I mean, it's hard to kill. It's good discussion.
That was the last. Yeah.
Hey, Amanda.
Yeah, I'm
I
listening.
do have to leave. yeah.
Cool. Hey, so, on the topic I messaged you earlier,
Yes.
with the game changer peg coming out from NAR, and obviously we don't know if it's going to get approved or not, or anything like that, or changed. But one of the important things we probably need to kick around at this meeting, and I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay. I have to get out of my hotel room in 45 minutes, so I'll stick around as long as I can. But one of the things that's taking place in that game changer peg is, one, the delegate body going away, which is going to be a hot topic, I think. But the subtleties in that packet and opportunities for our local board are the idea that local boards will end up with director seats, not delegate seats. So like, we might need to really look at not merging with boards, but like working with Ozark Gateway, working with Mineral Area, and working with South Central, and creating, like, if we were all one group, but worked independently as local boards, we would end up with a member count that guarantees us an NAR director seat. So like between those four boards, we would end up at over 1,000. And if I recall the game changer peg right, once you get over 1,000, you have a director seat. And I think that that's something we need to consider, not pursuing a merger, not pursuing an acquisition, but pursuing a regional association like board. And so like Mineral Area would keep their own board. We would keep our own board, but we would be under one umbrella that pulls in all the member count.
Kind of a regional council.
Kind of like what KCRR does.
That's exactly what KCRA does, and that's why they have 5 NAR director seats.
Right.
So all of our local boards would end up with let's say each board would then get to run for, send one person to run for that NAR seat, but all of the boards vote for who ends up representing them as the NAR director.
So like a strategic partnership, not an M&A.
You got it. I think we'd be able to pull it off.
Interesting.
I think people in South Central and Mineral Area would be interested in working together to have a seat, because you got people like Caroline Farrell, you got people like Bob Borgman, John Mayfield. I mean, you have people who should be NAR directors, but have to run at Missouri. And why wouldn't we all just work together to end up with the opportunity locally and statewide?
That's an interesting concept.
So just wanted to throw that out there. I'm not sure if I'll stick around here as long as I can, but and I'll be on the phone. But I once I start moving from this hotel to the next, I just don't know if I'll be able to stick around and make that sort of comment. So I wanted to make sure I delivered it to y'all.
Appreciate it, Derek.
When am I supposed to be back on? About 20 minutes from now?
12:30 was our target. My guess is about 12:35 or so, we'll get ourselves up and running.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you. Engaging all of our local boards. I wish I knew we had this before.
Oh, sorry, Bruce.
I love this stuff. Appreciate your being here. You not only make some very nice connections, but people remember that as an affiliate, you extended yourself.
Well, no, I'm glad you guys asked. It's kind of nice to, I can take something back from this too. What we can do to be a better affiliate.
Yeah.
We got some good drinks in there, that's great. We got fishing poles too.
You gonna win the fishing poles?
Well, you know. We get rewarded with a little bonus. Make it harder to get back to Minnesota on the airplane.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah. You just barely cleared that door.
I cleared that. Always do.
Amanda, do you have a shift?
No.
So good.
What?
I was gonna say.
I hope it works.
Crunch your shift, I'm curious if the camera will pop over there when it hears the crunching, because it kind of angled toward us.
So,
You know,
there are appropriate uses.
sometimes I feel like I'm in the dark, so much on stuff. Should be bringing it.
Well, but see, also, coming soon is limited to 21 days. So like.
Oh, the club's getting an ATM today.
Yeah, but what happens when your people
They're
go
finding-
past the 21 days?
Then
What
you're
happens?
stuck and you're
Like,
forced
we
into
have to
act
fill
and
it?
you don't have anything you can do.
Then I have to say, I'm sorry. Which
So
I'm going
that's-
through that
Who's
right now.
managing
So that you.
My
you can
seller
leave it
doesn't
withheld
realize it's
until you
not,
know you're
you can't
The
do
withheld.
that.
ATM company.
That's all before it reaches the market.
But it is, if you have coming soon, then it goes to the 21 days, goes active,
40,000.
and they say no one, you know, I'm sorry, I'm not moved. Nobody shoots it, right?
But it's up
I don't let anybody in,
10,000 acre from
Say
right?
that again?
2 years ago.
I didn't follow you.
I said,
I,
if
you know, that.
you have a
the
coming
Belton land,
soon,
of course, you can
the
buy
guy tells you, yes, you can move in
between
on,
30,
you know, we'll be
you know,
okay, you can do it
35-ish,
on
but
whatever day.
you keep
And then they
going up,
find out they
obviously.
can't, they're not gonna be moved by then.
Then you can move it out. No, you can't. move
No,
it
you
out.
can't move it out. Then you just have to put on there,
You can't
showings
show-
not to start till
I'm so
such and
glad I'm
such.
that close.
Yeah.
But that just
I'm glad
kills
I
the
live this
deal.
close.
How do you guys feel about the market?
Is this from Pat too?
Yep.
I personally.
Man.
think
It all
land
up this
values are
morning.
gonna stay. I
He
don't
can
think
cook.
land values are
Like,
gonna go down. I don't.
That's good.
I think
I know.
COVID changed everything.
I had him
Everything
cater
down
something
land.
one time I was having. Oh my God, it was so good. Mm.
Yeah, he's great.
Depend on the Fed.
You know, he makes dinners and you can pick them up.
It's all gonna depend on.
We've
the
done
Fed.
that.
When
I love it.
when
It's like
Fed
going
picking
to,
up,
what is that?
I think-
Market Fresh or whatever.
Yeah.
I think when they
If
start
you
getting
call in
higher,
certain
we'll
days he
start
does
seeing-
this.
we'll start
You
to
call
see
in and you
slowdown.
say, okay, I
But
want
I think the people
3
who have land
meatloaf
will
dinners.
sell it.
No,
And
I-
pick 'em up.
the value of it.
I would.
I don't
And
see
they are
people-
delicious.
They have a,
Well,
they
last
have
time-
a menu.
Last time the market
only
turned
fix it one
down,
meal.
I mean, ground.
Yeah, one
ground
meal.
Going up, the
You don't
market.
get to choose
Hey,
meals. They have.
ground
But
shut
it's
down.
home.
I love that. We did that during
Ground
COVID at,
land values
it's
crash
skillet. Tom
prior
did
to
that.
A tilted skillet?
values
Mhm.
crash.
Just during COVID when they were,
Because
the dining room was
The
closed, we would
lenders
do
no
a family
longer
style
would give
meal
loans
to go
on land
Now that's kind
every
of
other
nice.
day.
because they
It
had
would be
been
something
closed.
different, and we got it like the whole
Development
summer.
crash.
Now, have you been to the restaurant down on Front Street that they
On
own?
5 acre lot
514.
as well,
That's my favorite restaurant.
because
It's good.
nobody
You
could
like it?
build. So I would tell people that ask me.
Yeah,
to
Tom's a good guy.
How much is my.
I like
private
him a
lot
lot.
I like
worth?
their web, I like their
Government was
website.
worth nothing,
And
because
They have
nobody
a good
will buy
salad
it, but if you
anyway.
hold on to it for a few years, it will again be worth everything you want.
I went to,
But it was a situation.
so I never go to Tilted Skillet because I can never find parking, you know, at lunch or something. But we went the other day for dinner and I had that chicken
And I.
Bottega.
I just think.
Try
COVID
that.
changed the
It-
world.
really?
People
With
want to
squat,
live
uh,
in
Cooked
just
like squash and
people
zucchini.
have now
If the
decided
lender
they have to
stays
have
out,
there.
I agree with what you said.
Friday,
Land values
and we
will
had
never
steak
go down
sandwiches and salads.
Unless.
Oh, really?
the lender- The federal government regulates the lender. And then as far as the history of, fair housing and stuff like that, if you continue on our education and pick up 2003 when Dodd-Frank was passed, which said that lenders could not ask for verification of income, nor could they require a down payment.
Where was this at? Now?
No, create the crash.
Well, it was a start.
You mean in the
It was
past?
the start of
The third basis of it hit
Yeah.
that.
But it took a while. It created the bill that was signed into law.
The one thing that we.
It opened up the lending that caused the crash.
The one thing we've seen that's different this time, people were working. The last time the crash happened, there was a lot of people not working.
No, I didn't bring it up for that.
No.
That's why I say it won't, the
That's
bubble
why-
won't burst.
That's why I wonder if it won't, just because people are working. That's the one thing that's different this
No.
time.
So that's the subject of will the bubble burst, but I wasn't, that's not the subject. I was interjecting how you have to be careful with the video, because telling the world that you don't need to have a job, you don't have to prove you have an income, you don't have to put a down payment, put a whole lot of people into houses that shouldn't have, and then the bubble burst. And that's part of the.
They're not doing that now, are they?
No, they're
Oh,
not.
okay.
I was adding it to the
I don't think
story.
you can tell me that.
No, I was trying to add to this history lesson.
Oh, the history,
You
yeah.
know, lending hasn't changed that much.
Yeah.
It really hasn't.
They didn't take the blame on themselves.
Well, according to that, but
That's where I was, my conversation was directed
Yeah.
at.
in my world, I mean, I don't lend any more now than I did.
No,
No, Mary,
Thanks for bringing the wonderful gifts.
you did that video.
Thank you.
Oh, I love it. You want to see more?
About lending in the 30s,
Yeah.
40s. and the
I'll take another one
Right.
for,
Let's go ahead and interject.
here, for two. actually got
Right.
two new agents. I'll take
Add
this
to
one.
it, right.
Yeah, and I'll take that one.
Just cut.
I'll take one to Ginger,
Put on the thorn in the side.
because I'll see her.
So, like, you know,
I'll get you one, Liz,
builders
remind
are
me before you leave.
Watching the market. and-
I can pick up this one right here.
Oh, that'll work, that's fine.
Well, we're watching.
They
I
are-
said I was gonna take Ginger one.
No, they are.
Are you worried about them, about buildings? I am too.
A lot of them are wanting these huge guidelines,
Somebody has to be.
you know, they're asking for 2, 3, 4. One guy asked me for a $7 million guidance.
What did you say?
And
No.
Well, I'm looking at
I didn't know.
Not
there
necessarily saying it's a
Was
lot of
Corey
money.
on there?
Looking at the bigger
That-
picture.
Was Corey Davis on that Zoom?
I mean, but as far as winning.
Prior to the crash, you had freaking official, I would sell homes and all this stuff that just go into.
We had. a couple of
Now,
comment about-
they, post-crash recovery, they started going and picking up steam. Right now, you look at them, a lot of them, like the Bride, freaking official council homes, are all coming in together because they all don't want to be heavy. So they're moving as fast as they can while still hunkering down.
Yeah.
Because when we had all this inventory, as realtors had all this inventory during the crash, and we were trying to figure out how we're to sell it before foreclosures and whatnot, builders were already talking about the upcoming lot shortage. You know, they're at different ends of the market. And so, and I got a good friend of mine who's big into, he's the builders and the Village Association and Bride and all those, but you know, that's what they were just talking about. I said, how can you guys talk about lot shortage? We've got inventory out the union. Now, here we are, no inventory, and we're running and gunning. They're building as fast as they can, but they're still, their economic forecast is it's going to be a crash again, and they're hunkering down while building as fast as they can. They don't want to be caught with the 500 lots, 500 acre subdivision.
No.
It's only half, 25%.
And we as lenders are really trying to
No.
reel them in. We're not letting them get too far. You know, before we would let them build 3 or 4 specs at a time. Now You build this back, you sell it, we're gonna let you do another one. We're not letting them.
But a lot of the big builders aren't doing, they're doing a
That's
handful of
actually-
market homes, but they're not,
It's all
it's not
free.
like what it was.
That lack of new inventory is what's holding the listings back, because people won't sell their homes because they don't have a home to buy.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, but for a while there, you didn't have enough building materials in order to buy, and the cost of building materials slowed down as well. But I
But
mean,
that's one of the.
lumber has gone down.
Lumber's gone down, but most of the other stuff is not.
It's still
The
high.
material will be
Still
found
sitting
if there's a
on
market to buy it.
In my
Where does
area,
most of that lumber come from? Canada or China?
A lot of, I mean,
We
a
had,
lot of it's United States, a lot of it's Canada.
we have huge lumber farms in the southeast that aren't tapped, that aren't being used. They're not cutting them because they're just not paying any money for them yet. And they're not. So the price is going up in the middle. It's not at the farmer's level.
Well,
Oh,
Yeah, the farmers aren't making that money. They're suffering right now.
no, I mean, there's a lot of interesting variables happening, it has been for some years, but now you look at it, and talked last night with a buddy of mine, John Deere's on strike. You know, John Deere's not just green little tractors, I mean, John Deere's heavy machinery as well. Here's parts and machines that they're unable to get because they're not being produced.
Why are they on strike? I didn't hear.
Contractual issues, but they also did a walkout over COVID mask mandates and vaccination mandates a couple weeks too, but there's also contractual disputes. But if you're not manufacturing the parts, you're not going to get it. I drove up St. Charles in 370, and I picked the motor up for my old beat up farm truck. And there's a logistics company there, right there at 370 in Missouri River. There had to be at least 1,500 to 2,000 pickup trucks in this logistics company, all nose to nose, butt to butt, ready to go. And it's all from Winsville and Ford, and they don't have the parts and the chips to roll the stuff out.
That
We've got
involvement
fencing
with up
parts.
north is- They're, what's it called? Up the north end of 270, the Blues used to practice there.
Mills.
The mills. Half the parking lot of that entire mall is parked new cars that don't have chips.
Yeah. So, you know, when
So they're gonna be a
supply and
year
demand
old.
is high, but when you can't get the supply to shore, that impacts what's going on. You know, when you have people that are, a lot of people bought their forever homes in this market. When you're paying $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 over asking,
They better stay.
you're gonna stay for, one of my colleagues in the office sold their personal home for $90,000 over asking. It had a pool, it had the highest selling house in their subdivision, and they were foolish not, they've been foolish not to sell it. But whomever bought that is gonna be there a while. If you wanna look at how, you know, how is that and why is that happening? You have people that are leaving California, New York because of political policies, taking that money there, which you can buy in California for 600,000 or $1 million, is only costing 200,000 here. So
I have two California
I know.
they have the extra money.
now that are coming from California to the Sullivan area. And closing one
He
end
lives-
of this month.
Junie should be happy, they got 40,000
And I've already
acres.
done.
Who
two
did?
in California,
Junie.
and I had open
Junie who?
house. Open houses don't typically work in my area.
Oh, did it sell?
I had open house.
Parts of it
I
did.
had
Did hers?
I had.
Well, I don't know, did they have individual
Illinois,
sections?
I thought they did.
and
I don't know, I just
Who
know
bought-
that.
Without it.
Nick's got 28 of it.
I believe.
I figured you would.
Crazy.
I mean, there's, you know, I think that's one thing that cuts us short as professionals, like ties in professional, and we're not professionally curious.
Sure.
You know, we wake up, I go to the office, lights are on, I can write contracts, I sell a house, we're doing it, we're not reading what's happening on the state level. We're not, what's going on the national level, real estate wise, but then market wise and what ties into our market. Because a lot of this stuff ties into us that may not seem, we don't, you know, lumber prices.
Steve, before you walk out, I have an opportunity to shortchange this and get our background on time here. The next subject is community outreach. And we have already addressed it in 2 or 3 different pieces. In the earlier section, we talked about advocating for property rights. We could move that section into here. Go back one more. We also talked about, no, nothing in there. How about the first one? thought we talked about it, some other community event or community activity.
Well, even if we're duplicating some, I mean, I think the
Yeah,
emphasis
there's some
on.
duplication. But in any event, I'm not sure that we haven't already addressed community outreach in both the governance area and as we have talked about community involvement. I might suggest we just take this one off the chart.
Okay.
I'm good with that. But I do feel like I missed.
Is there anything, well, let me just ask the question, is there anything that we have not talked about that would fall into this category?
Diversity.
Of enhancing community collaboration, economic development, visibility of Franklin County Board of Realtors. The visibility, Franklin County Realtors, we already have talked about press releases on any area of property rights and home ownership that you get involved with, that you certainly have the ability to promote both to the members as well as to the community. And we have talked about economic development, and we've talked about the possibility of partnering with the local chamber of commerce to increase knowledge of consumers. All of those really kind of address that community outreach category.
I think it hits, I think it hits some of the high points. I'm kind of under the impression, especially from Derek's comment in community outreach, is it's more, unless I see this differently, was actually being involved, with this event, with event or alongside, not just the economic standpoint, and this is what we do in our advocacy, but being involved and having something, we work the fair games. I see that as community outreach, what we do with collecting food and, in the back of school supplies is community outreach that we currently do. Is there a way to expand upon that? I think, yes, we can take what you just outlined and put that in there as well. But I think some of those topics are specifically geared toward the bigger headings. Unless I'm looking at community outreach differently, and maybe I am, but.
Well, yeah, we did, and charitable events scored relatively low, and I didn't put it up on the chart here.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what we do, under this category, Amanda, just write, just put it kind of in parentheses or something.
See above.
Move related strategies from above categories. And then start a new category below that. That just talks about community engagement, Steve,
Like that.
community engagement. And one of the bullets is to partner with other organizations in the local community to support mutual events, other organizations in our community on mutual events. A second bullet would be, promote charitable events that demonstrate the value of realtors to the local community.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, ma'am.
I stuck a cookie in my mouth.
They were really good, by the way.
They were good. Okay. Yeah, like you were talking about promote and public and charitable things. I know I don't like to brag and say, oh, we did this, this, and this, but the public likes it. I hate to say it, they like to say, so post like with the food that we're taking to the food bank, are the backpacks with all the school supplies? Because nobody knows that we do that.
In the past.
Or do you
we
already do it?
have,
And I don't know.
And, we put it in the paper and stuff like that. This year was
Well, paper's weird.
a little rough. I totally agree. Paper's weird, but we put on social media and.
See, I guess, and I
to the
didn't see it, but
Missourian.
maybe that's on me.
Yeah.
But
We
I
put
always
it out
think,
there.
did you? Well, and I didn't see it, but I
And for
just,
installation, I brought
on the installation.
several photo albums.
Oh, I
with,
like those too.
Old photos and clippings, newspaper clippings and stuff like that. So we do, put stuff
I
out
didn't, I
there.
didn't know.
I mean, the problem
But I was
is
gonna say,
nobody consistently looks at one certain thing anymore. So getting the word out.
where did you put it, like Facebook? Is that your big thing? Facebook?
I put it on like our main Facebook page, not the one to the members, but our one that's out there. As well as, on several things, I've sent them to the newspaper out Steve's Way and then the Missourian. So things have been in there.
Yeah. And again, I don't read the paper, but I'm amazed at people in town. I always say if you're over 40, you read the paper, under you probably don't. But they will come up and they said, I saw where so-and-so did so-and-so. And I'm like, seriously? But they read the thing.
I actually get business from the newspaper because I keep an ad, because I've tested it.
I think,
And I do still get business from the newspaper.
I think-
Social media is a stronger media for marketing, but newspaper works. too.
you know, yeah, I always say my older people, which, you know, they look at the paper, they'll see where I'm having an open house more, and then I put in the internet, but it's just a thought.
One
So
of my-
again, just subliminal.
No, I agree, but one of my thoughts on that is being in one of the outlying counties, Franklin County Board of Realtors does not hold as much, people might just dismiss it because they think it's not.
Your county.
Yeah, I mean, well, for instance, we do Washington gates, but we don't do Crawford or Gasconade County Fair gates. Gasconade County Fair is huge. And we don't have a realtor participation for that. Crawford County, not so much.
Where is that?
Would you suggest,
Collinsville,
would you suggest that we
To get involved?
I would think so.
seek a presence in all 3 counties that we serve? Is that what I'm saying?
Yes, but one of the, it's kind of a, you know, if you're in one of the other counties, I think many of the agents feel like a stepchild. They don't feel like, you know,
I could see that.
if you're in Crawford County, there's not as much presence or participation from those counties in this board. So logically, most of the efforts are concentrated where most of the agents are.
I see.
However, then your outlying counties do feel somewhat like, you know, it's kind of hard to be a representative in Crawford County and say, oh yeah, I went to Franklin County Board of Realtors. Okay. You know,
Right.
So
It's kind of like being
seek a presence
outlying areas.
in all 3 counties that we serve.
Where they got Kansas City board.
This is where branding could go.
Yes, or, yeah, being duplicated there, but I like that, because you're right, Crawford County, or Gaston County, but there's I think it's the Crawford County Tractor Show, or there's one tractor show out there that the book is this thick and
You're talking
advertising.
about the Rosebud Trash.
Yes,
Thrasher.
that was
Yeah.
Rosebud.
Trash
And Car Show, and Car Show.
that too is Gasconade County.
Yeah, and so,
You said that it's Citizens Bank, that's what you're talking
that's
about?
what, that's the one I'm talking, Citizens Bank,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
an
The
opportunity
next major category is rebranding.
to have that show, or to have that input there,
But
and
when
show.
you say that, oh, I went to Franklin County, but you're in Crawford County and you're talking to a Crawford County organization.
So that leads right into a rebranding discussion.
Some, yeah.
And
Tri-county
Board.
Tri-county board.
you don't have to come up with a name today.
What happens when you get another? county?
Yeah, exactly, that's what.
You don't need to solve the problem today. You just need to decide it's something you want to solve or you don't want to address going forward.
That's a whole,
I don't know whether it fell apart because of COVID or it just didn't have the priority coming out of the last strategic plan. We spent a lot of energy and time talking about rebranding. And interestingly enough, when I started looking on your website to put together this PowerPoint presentation, I saw this really terrific 75-year emblem, and I thought that was part of your rebranding. But I didn't realize it was part of your creative AE going out.
Every time Bruce and I talk, I have a different logo.
Yeah.
And every time he goes, so is that your rebranding logo? And every time I go, no, I just made it, threw it up there.
So not to,
Ginger wanted to point out that we do make money at the Washington Fair Gates.
Yes.
And that is a huge bonus to us participating in that. 24.
It was a nice fundraiser.
Good try.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity
You
may
can
be
match it,
available at
yes.
the
You
Gasconade
just
County.
volunteer.
Sure.
At the Crawford County Fair, probably doubtful.
Right,
But Gasconade County, I think there would be opportunity. That's a huge fair.
yeah.
And they have.
Trying to
a
talk to me about branding.
map.
Yes, so
Yes,
so
and
just
that community fair is pretty.
not to go off into the branding too much, but just kind of summarize a little bit. Yes, it was, the last time Bruce was in town, we did this in 2019, rebranding was a hot topic. We did talk about it a lot. I think Amanda has played around with that, which it's heavy. Rebranding is going to be heavy lifting. It's a heavy lifting topic because we've been FCBR for 75 years, or some close variation of Franklin County being in there for 75 years. I think it's still a priority unless you guys think otherwise. It's just a matter, it hasn't necessarily been put on the back burner. I think it's just been an iceberg that's been chipped away at little by little with playing around with the 75th, with that semicircle on the wine glasses, with the house and FCBR stacked into it. I think it's softening the mindset to be able to have the topic and discussion a little more in depth. But I think we should do it. And as far as naming and everything, the last time there was names chucked out, reasons why, because Tri-County, there's everything Tri-County around here. What if we do grow? Because last time we had this discussion, we were talking about M&A with, or mergers and acquisitions with South Central and growing the boundaries and potentially doing more. And so does Franklin County or does Tri-County or what the name is, does it do it? And so I think that, that's just what I think. The rest of you guys going forward, I think it's a topic that still needs to be discussed. I think there's room for growth. I think it ties into our advocacy, community outreach, and marketing. It's just a matter of,
Do we want to resurrect a branding task force to?
well, I think there was also other heavy lifting that we did, like the policies and bylaws. That was a big task force in restructuring. And it's hard. How do you rebrand without restructuring? I think that was a statement made a year ago when we started that task force. How do you rebrand and restructure? Now that the restructuring is kind of there and we're more inclusive, we actually have dedicated seats for all 3 counties on the board, as well as appropriate sizes. Now, I think maybe this next 3 years is right for the rebranding discussion.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna keep using, moving out to our other counties as an initiative, then we're gonna have to rebrand. I think that goes, and we can't keep saying we're gonna include and try to have more events and programs out in Crawford and Gasconade, and like Sony said, still be Franklin County.
I'd like to kind of get the thoughts from Steve and Sonia, really, because I'm at the sunset and the twilight heading to the door. You guys,
One foot in the grave.
run foot in the grave and you have a banana peel, but you guys are the ones over the next 2 years of this 3-year projection going to be implementing these ideas. And if frankly, if you two don't have the buy-in on any of these topics, it's going to be hard to sell the board of the records as a whole and then try to sell the members as a whole. So I'm curious what you guys think about the rebranding idea or some of this stuff.
I'm totally on board for it, being one of the stepchildren. I am totally on board for it. I think a lot of the agents in my area are St. Louis forward because St. Louis doesn't sound as stepchild to them as Franklin, since Franklin is right next door. And still, they're in,
St. Louis sounds regionally, where Franklin County is very specific.
yes,
I think if we change it, we can do it under his.
yes, please.
I don't know. I think we bring it out next year in November at the banquet.
If you think that there are merger opportunities with one or more of the other smaller associations that might be in your future, then my recommendation is to delay any rebranding, because I have worked with associations in mergers and acquisitions to help bring them together. And almost inevitably, one of the issues that brings them together is that they don't use either of the brands that come together, they create a new reaching
identity.
brand of the new emerged organization. So if you attempt to create yourself a brand now that you think is going to be acceptable to inviting Southeast Missouri to join you, I will tell you that traditionally, they're gonna want to reinvent it again.
Man, did you see us merging with somebody?
Who are we looking at?
Yeah.
Merging.
Nobody right now.
I wouldn't wait for that.
Bruce, I have,
A couple of years ago, we had talked, last group, we had talked about some acquisitions. We actually started managing South Central's Supra,
That's right, you were doing their key box.
and we were doing the.
What area is that? I don't know what that is.
Rolla, St.
So Rolla,
And
I was wondering if.
Can I just add, by the way, that would be an asset to us. I think it would elevate the Crawford County agents because the agents in that area are predominantly heavy professional. They dress appropriately, they use super eye boxes instead of just code boxes. They're very professional in their organizations. Those agents are professional.
Well, when they took back the management of the super boxes, because we thought that would be a foot in the door. When they took back that management, it kind of removed that foothold that we have try to work toward a merger with them. So it's not to say that it's not the future. It was worked on. Right now, it's not on the radar.
But we still manage this.
Not anymore. They took it back.
pulled it back.
They took it.
That's
Which is
what
a sign
kind
of
of let go of the thoughts.
That's what let go of the thoughts.
It was during an interim period when the woman that they had hired to manage the lock boxes was no longer available to them, and they needed an immediate resource. You guys stepped in and took it over for how long a period of time? Was it about
6 months.
6 months? And gave them time to then regroup and restructure how they wanted to
That's
manage
really
it.
what.
However, there's a very interesting underlining lesson from that. And that is that more often than not, these mergers of associations start by one of them aggressively offering shared services, not a merger of the board, not threatening that one AE loses a job, not the territorial issues that come about when two associations are trying to figure out how to become one larger association. That's really almost a second or third or fourth step down the line. But the earlier step is usually one association promoting shared services. We invite your members to join our education programs. We invite your members to join our group for a realty roundup that we're doing, a major event we're doing, or even a business after hours that we're doing. You just start to tag them along to feel like you can be a good neighbor. And through those shared services, you start to build a little bit of a revenue stream, but more often than not, you're building a relationship stream. And then when there's some level of knowledge of who you are and what you're doing and how you're serving your members, the threat of a takeover or a hostile buyout kind of thing disappears. And then the conversation, sometimes it happens when one of the two associations lose their AE. Sometimes it happens when a couple of the board members get together socially and just start saying, what if this, what if that, we can, and sometimes you have brokers who are operating in both locations who decide they don't want to keep paying dues to two associations, and they put pressure on those boards to get together. But shared services almost always is the leading enticement into those discussions.
Amanda, do they have an AE?
No.
Does the state still manage their dues bill?
Yes.
So there's opportunity for shared services if it's something we still want to consider.
So what MLS do they use? St. Louis?
Maris?
There's.
Maris is huge. Maris goes all the way up to Lebanon. Maris is
I didn't know how.
like
You
30
know, I
seconds.
think a float trip and White Mule would be perfect to invite them because it's
We have.
halfway there.
We've
We have.
definitely invited them. So
Oh, good.
Bob's friend Caroline, that's where she's at.
Caroline is, yeah.
Right. She brings people and we invite her to
That's
stuff.
true, she does.
Mhm.
The other thing, sorry.
Plus, to bring those people in.
Oh,
Go ahead, Derek.
Well, I was trying to listen to Steve. What was Steve saying?
With the new school that Amanda has started, and I think that would be a great place to start bringing them in.
Yes.
And we
Yeah,
can maybe,
Oh,
we
yeah.
can locate the school rather than being here in Union or Washington, have it at the White Mule or someplace like that, centrally located.
Sure.
Agreed. And I think that, I don't think any of the other boards have a school. Is that true, Amanda? The ones we're talking about, South Central, Ozark Gateway, Mineral?
Yes, that is true. Just the larger ones have their own school. Yes.
Yes. So that is definitely a foot in the door to per se of potentially working with them, like Bruce was saying. And then the other thing that happens when you start talking with the board of our similar size or equal to or larger, and we talk about it at Maris all the time, but there's economies of scale. And you can start saving money by being a 600-person collaborative group with your negotiations on contracts, things like that. So there's certain benefits there as well.
Can't imagine doing it without an AD. Seriously, I'm calling you guys all the time. I mean, that has to be tough.
I have a question. How do we find out what the potential new membership we can get by going into this area? Sonia said there are a lot of members that are in the St. Louis Association that are in that
So,
area.
in Crawford County, now I think that most of the Phelps, most of the Rolla and St. James agents are in the South Central Board, but in Crawford County and maybe on some of
Mention
that,
school,
they are
yeah.
in St. Louis Board.
Okay.
Explore opportunities.
Well, so
to share
South
with school.
Central has a board, the one we're talking about that doesn't have a.
That they don't have an AD, right? And
Or an
they,
office.
and several
an
of us
office.
agents towards Sullivan
Yeah,
and
invite other
Bourbon, where I am,
invite
have
other
Supra, our
associations
Supras are, we can do
to our
that.
special
Good.
events.
And so, yeah,
Are there a lot of agencies?
the big ones, there's a handful, there's a few title companies in Rolla.
Rolla's got some pretty big companies, I think. don't they?
Yeah.
I think they have about 40 or 50 offices.
Let me
Offices.
Central
let me pull this back to one question we had earlier. You asked Steve and Sonia if they were committed to the branding strategy or not. I just need to know whether to leave it up here or take it off.
For the next
I
2
think leave
years.
it up there.
Okay, then we're probably looking for you sometime after the first of the year to appoint a task force to begin to explore what elements need to be addressed and come back to the board with some recommendations.
And maybe we ought to, I guess, but I was gonna say, maybe we ought to start by inviting them to those things and see if they're even coming before we go to this, If they are not, I mean, we'll have to do it slow, but I'm just saying.
Or maybe it's a survey.
Changing names and all that might not be
Survey
necessary right
monkey,
now.
like he said, survey monkey's so easy. Maybe
Right.
you could throw that out to them and see if what kind of response you get.
Well, I think changing names would be, I think, and I'm a little bit unsure myself which direction to think after your comment about if you're thinking about taking on.
Yeah,
more,
that's what I'm
hold
thinking.
off the rebranding. But the rebranding, I think initially was to bring in the other counties that our board serves currently. But then if we're going to consider acquiring or merging with another board, then holding off on.
We
the
don't want to
rebranding.
keep changing.
Yeah,
our
we don't want
name.
to change 2 times in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
But could it be Central Missouri? I mean, could it
Yeah,
be
you could-
very
I
broad?
agree, Central,
Milk Toast name,
Did you say
Yeah.
Central?
Central Missouri.
Like
Board.
East Central or something
That's
like
already a
that.
thing.
That's
Yeah,
already a
something
thing.
generic.
Well,
Yeah.
Just a thought.
no, I agree.
Yeah, you know, it's a psychological thing.
Yeah.
It's why, no, that's not a good example. I was gonna say it's why, not my generation, but the generation after me, my sons and daughter-in-laws, my daughter-in-laws both kept their maiden names and their married name. One has a hyphen, one has it just as a second. I think there's an identity thing that's very important for people, and I think that you could have the perfect Central Missouri name that would encompass anybody outside of St. Louis.
Yeah.
And they still, when you get close to that actual merger discussion, they want to do it. They want to have a hand
Oh,
in changing
because
it.
our names,
Yeah,
if we change
because
our
it's
name
not
to
their
Central
name, it's
Missouri,
not
then-
They want
our,
to be a joint name.
You're not
joint,
yeah, it's a
You're not
merger.
adopting us.
They want the
We're
buy-in.
all together.
They want the buy-in.
folks. Let the task force start to dig into this thing. If you'd like somebody to facilitate that, give me a call. Maris is happy to pay for it.
You know, I think, but I think one thing that you mentioned this, Bruce, And is, as the task force is gathering information, there's still the opportunity to foster the relationships. One example is the relationship that Amanda has fostered with Will and Becky Klein. I mean, I've gotten to know them more, but she's been bringing, Becky Klein is part of the Women's Council within St. Charles Association, and has been bringing members to join us, and has actually committed to trying to help get more because they are secondary members here, to get more secondary members from St. Charles County Association to us, because we have a much similar mindset to St. Charles than they do to SLAR. Going west, with Caroline as an example, and we continue to foster the relationships there and encourage her to bring, maybe we send her the invite and she encourages to bring that. We already have a foot in the door to foster those relationships. Maybe we start picking up secondary members from that, and then it begins, all while the task force is doing its own thing, gathering information. It's something we can do outside of the task force.
Yeah, and I think you started addressing that in community engagement. Okay.
Probably.
All right, let's go to the last slide here. Diversity and inclusion. Embrace diversity and cultivate an inclusive environment. Seek opportunities to demonstrate our commitment to diversity in the communities we serve. While this one did not get as high a level of response of support in the initial pre-retreat survey, as I mentioned to you, it's a NAR core standard that they want in the strategic plan, and it behooves us to just simply identify a couple of strategies in here. And let me just start off by suggesting that at a very high level, that one strategy might be, we will seek opportunities to address the housing gap between Black families and white families in the communities that we serve. Leaves it very open to some kind of future discussion, but it's at least addressing the core issue that NAR is asking to look at. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like that idea, Bruce. And, the reality of our communities is that we're probably, all of our counties are probably around 98+% Caucasian, or close to it, I would think. So I agree, though, that there are still other pockets, demographics that probably are following the national trend that those groups are behind the rate of white ownership in our county. So that would fit the bill without, taking too strong of a stance that is unattainable for us, right? Like other communities might be able to say, we have a large percentage of Black population, so we need to increase their rate. They would be able to look at a metric differently than we are. So I like that kind of broad topic. The other thing that I would think we could do, and it falls in line with the previous slide, would be to work with our communities to encourage diversity groups within, the city councils and chamber. So like if you're, Washington chamber, I'm not aware of them having a diversity committee, but we probably have enough diverse business owners in Washington that they probably should have a place where they get to go talk as a group and provide good insight to the chamber's board. So I think that would be the extra topic I would throw in here, not just, acknowledging the homeownership gap, but also saying we want to make sure that our diverse business owners in our communities feel welcome and their perspective is being brought to the larger board, and ensuring that business decisions aren't being made at a municipal level that are disparately impacting our minority business owners.
Good. And then the only other thing that I would suggest is if this video had an impact on you and you wanted to include having this video shared with members and brokers at events throughout the year, I will tell you that you have access to this video.
Good, because I was actually going to ask Amanda if she could forward it to me. I would like to share it with my.
We will put it into the plan, and when you get the draft of the plan, it'll be there for you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You cover a lot of territory.
Yeah, we did. We got some.
I don't know. So 110% in agreement with diversity, and I think the board should have diversity and inclusion statement. I think some of the conversation, not here just in general, is disingenuous. You know, because only focusing on the minority of African American, not the anti. I have friends that have dealt with anti-Semitism. I've seen other religious persecution and issues go on. Race is definitely a thing, but we also have Mexicans who live within our geographic boundaries of which we sell real estate, as well as African Americans, as well as everything else. We watched the video earlier today, you know. Correct. So diversity, if we're going to truly, point being, if we're going to truly have a diversity and inclusion statement, it should be diverse enough and it should be inclusionary of all of those things, so not just what the hot topic is in the political realm. It should include everybody. And I know that St. Louis Association of Realtors has taken the stance that they are going to have a public apology regarding to housing disparity in the history they've played with African-American families. And that's perfect for them. That's their decision. But if we're going to have an overall statement of diversity and inclusion, it should be an inclusive statement of diversity, not.
You need to use the word ethnicity in that.
Well,
I would agree.
there's
Ethnicity.
correct. There's ethnicity, there's religion, there's LGBTQ+ people within our community, and that are our agents and some of our members. So how do we, if we're only going to focus one area, now we're pushing and we're neglecting
I agree
potentially
with you.
those
I think-
others.
I definitely agree with you. So I just think we find a better way to say it.
Well, the preamble or whatever, you know, that we
I thought we
cannot,
all-
you
yeah,
know,
it kind
it
of
is part
addresses
of that where we can't
What, we can't
Yeah.
discriminate, right?
against all of those. So that in itself is a diversity statement, but that is not what this other stuff is. This other stuff is not that. That's
Well, I agree with Steve, though. We're not just talking about Black people. I mean, Black people happen to be the primary group that is the focus of much attention right now. But it really is, and we do need to be more inclusive of everybody, because if we're not, we're still being discriminatory.
I started saying, then we're gonna open up that.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is if we're going to put out a statement, the statement needs to be that what is our statement that's been around for 30 years is we cannot discriminate against race, creed, color, marital status.
Use
There's,
what's in.
there is one.
Yeah,
It's
use what already
written.
exists.
Yeah, you have.
But
an
they
intent-
want us to.
Well,
You have an
so
intent.
it's more like reiterating, we're gonna work towards achieving the goal of this.
Inclusive diversity.
Yeah, but it's, specifically what it
It's proud to
Equal
say we
housing
support
is.
this, not that we're trying
So,
to
but
attain it.
point back to what we're, the standard we're held to, as opposed to recreate our own version of what that standard is.
Yeah, that's.
We don't need to regurgitate it. We just need to stand on achieving the standard we're held to.
Proud to say we have a standard.
Because that standard then holds us to everything he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
they're
it's
wanting
not
us-
putting us
they
at
want us to do
liability
that,
of
You know,
coming
Yeah,
up
they
with a
do.
different
That's
version
wrong.
of it.
that's
Right.
wrong. That's,
I know
That's
what
wrong.
that is, but that's okay. We don't have to do it. I mean, what do they want? What are we saying?
All right, here
What
goes.
are you saying?
Actually, I worked into 3 statements. The first, the overall encompassing. Steve? We will be conscious toward issues of fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals in our communities.
But isn't that implying that we're not?
No, it's just stating going forward that you are recognizing and maintaining a conscious effort to continue to be fair and equal.
Read it
To
again,
her
Bruce.
defense, even stating it that way to a degree says that we didn't.
No, yeah, I liked it when I said we're proud to say we have a standard where we support equality amongst
we
race.
have always to, you know,
Proud. And we're
respect.
committed
We are
to
committed, we've always
fostering.
been committed
Yeah.
to kind of thing.
Yeah, we're,
A reference to the fair housing.
Yeah.
We have been, and we
For years.
we will continue to be. Now,
and we're committed
How
to.
about we will maintain a standard
We like maintaining.
toward issues of fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals in the community.
Yep.
That closer?
We
One more
can-
time?
Or
We
we
will-
can, we will
I'll give it to you.
continue.
We will maintain a standard.
We will continue to maintain. Continue.
Bruce, read again, please.
Things I like.
I hear my voice, but I don't know where it's coming.
We read it one more time.
We will maintain a standard toward issues of fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals in our communities.
I think I seen.
I just-
continue.
I want to be very specific in the word choices. We will maintain the standard toward fair housing and equal treatment. Do we need to put in issues? I mean,
No.
it's again
No.
implying, to me, it's implying something negative, but
I think it's better without the word issue. We will maintain a standard toward fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals in the communities.
Is there a reason we don't want to say continue? Because I kind of agree with Liz to say we have been, and to Michelle's point, we have been. This has been part of who we have been for a long time.
I
Is there a
agree.
reason we shouldn't use continue.
But if we're maintaining something, if you're maintaining it, you're constantly doing it. So I think,
We can add it in.
I think
I don't
using
know,
it
but it's
maintain.
plain.
is-
We'll continue to maintain a standard toward fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals. in the community.
I think it's standard of, I think toward was appropriate earlier, but now that we've changed the wording.
And it should be the instead of in front of standard, the standard.
Yeah.
The standard. She's saying it
We
should
will
say the
continue to
standard.
maintain the standard. toward
Of-
fair housing
Of
treatment.
fair housing, of fair housing.
Continue the standard of fair housing. Yeah, that's right.
The fair housing.
We'll continue to maintain
Of fair
the standard of fair housing
housing.
and equal treatment for all individuals in the community.
If
And
we
the other
wanted to, I'm fine with the way the sentence reads. The only thing that jumped out in my mind would be that you could put a comma after community and actually list the groups that are required, that we're required to protect within our ethics. It's like you would put individuals in our community, semicolon, particularly the
What you could have
protected
done.
classes, and then outline those. Obviously, we're gonna work for equal treatment of all people, but our code of ethics is rather specific and actually more specific than federal law. So I don't want it to look like, hey, yeah, fair housing and equal treatment according to the federal standards, but you can still discriminate against someone for their gender. Because the federal law hasn't included gender yet, but we include gender. And so I think maybe it might be worth, it's like an offering of peace, right? To say, hey, we're not just saying in general, we are being noteworthy of the specific groups. We are here to ensure they have the opportunity. And I think that brings it back, but yeah, including but not limited to, and then you outline I forgot the right number, but is it 6 classes of that within our ethics, whatever that would be.
I think a point that the fact that we don't even know how many groups it is kind of like talking
know.
about the statuses at Marist. We don't know.
Hey, I can run through them. It's familial, it's
List it. and
origin. I mean, we can start running through them. I was just talking out loud. I'm sorry, I don't have that specifically in my mind, right? But
Rachel
I mean,
has a
you can
good
look up the code of
suggestion.
ethics and it says, I think 7 groups is what's listed in ours, and it's only 5 in the federal law or something like this.
Rachel has a good suggestion in the chat box.
I tried listing them by protected group rather than by category. We will continue to maintain the standard of fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals in our community. regardless of race, creed, color, gender, national origin,
Yeah.
sexual persuasion.
I like
They
her,
added that
I like
In
Rachel's.
conjunction with
What? I can't
standards
see
held
it.
by
Yeah.
NAR.
Where is it?
It says in conjunction with standards held by NAR.
Hi, Michelle.
There you go, in conjunction with standards
I
held by.
can't read that.
There you go.
I got
Yes.
context.
In conjunction with standards held by NAR.
NAR,
Yeah,
yes.
You can just
I
do the
like
name
that
and we know what
because
we're
as
talking
the
about.
standard changes,
Yeah.
our statement is still correct.
Right, yes, so we don't,
So
and
God forbid we
currently
leave
it's
one
8.
out.
Currently it's 8, but
Yeah.
What'd she
old
say?
white men will be next.
No, that's the one that won't ever get on the list. So. Whatever.
All right, I like it. Here we go. Running out of paper. We will continue to maintain the standard of fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals in our communities in conjunction with standards held by NAR.
Woo-hoo, we got it.
Got it.
That sounds nice.
Okay.
And then we will partner with other community organizations on issues of diversity and inclusion.
Sounds good.
And I think that more than satisfies this category.
Cool.
Now, look at what you've done.
Bruce. What did you do? Right there, Amanda. Go ahead, right there.
Amanda, go back here.
Amanda, go back.
Okay, very quickly now. Here's what you've come up with for your 2022 to 2024 strategic plan. Okay, in the category of engagement, you're addressing issues with regard to your brokers, issues with regard to the education of your members, and issues with regard to special events. With regard to professionalism, you are talking about professional standards and the code of ethics and the grievance process. You are talking about the newly created school and drawing participation in the school from brokers and agents under professionals. Under the category of advocacy, you've set some goals around RPAC. You've identified some opportunities in the area of economic development. You've addressed property rights and home ownership, and you have suggested the creation of a possible regional council that might engage all of your local boards. Okay, next slide. Community outreach, we've talked about, we'll move some of the other areas into this category, but you've also then added community engagement with regard to partnering with other organizations and demonstrating the work of realtors with charitable events. You've set the course to re-examine rebranding, and you've talked about possibility of initiating shared services that might build relationships that lead to some future mergers or acquisitions. And finally, under diversity and inclusion, we have agreed that it will read that we will continue to maintain the standard of fair housing and equal treatment for all individuals in our communities in conjunction with standards held by NAR. And we will partner with other organizations in the communities we serve on issues of diversity and inclusion. My final question to you is this. Here is your current mission statement right off of your website. I just need you to think about what you created in these earlier categories and decide that your mission statement still encompasses everything that you are planning strategically. The purpose of the Franklin County Board of Realtors is to assist its members in successfully pursuing the real estate business in a professional manner with honesty, integrity, and competency in an atmosphere of freedom, thereby enhancing the image of the realtor to better serve the public through cooperation of its members in marketing of real property, to represent the membership in protecting their industry rights and thorough collective action and promote and the preservation of real property rights.
Amen.
Still good with that?
Yeah.
I think with the addition of the diversity statement, it just solidifies the mission even more. I think within our policy memo updated, we have it on the inside of it. It has a mission statement with that statement, right below, the diversity statement right below it. They go hand in hand, and I think, yes, it does encompass our strategic plan going forward. Anything else?
Anybody on Zoom have any thoughts that you want to add? Okay, so I will work with Amanda to have a finished draft of this strategic plan back in your hands. You'll have it in a couple business days. It needs to be on the agenda of your next regular meeting.
That's tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Better get to work. We have one for this.
I will have it for you tomorrow.
All right.
I will have it for you tomorrow.
Wow.
If you can, it'll be in draft form. If you want to change any of it, if you want to add to it, if you want to subtract to it, that's your purview. If you are happy with it and wish to then pass it as your strategic plan going forward, then Amanda and I are going to work on how it can best be displayed on the wall in here, how you might want to turn it into a placemat in front of people when they're in education programs. We have 10 cards that we might want to create. We believe that we can do a summary of this plan so that your members get multiple exposures to what you are looking at the future of the Franklin County Association.
Excellent.
Bruce, if it's gonna put you in a bind, we can always put the voting discussion on December. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, no,
tomorrow. It doesn't have to be
We
tomorrow's
could, yeah, I
meeting.
started saying we could do it.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's pretty much
You're-
done.
you're
so.
finishing early. I don't fly out till 6. I'm sitting right here nailing it out.
Fair enough. Just want
No,
to
you don't
respect
have
your time. I know you appreciate everything that you've done today.
Yes, thank you.
I look forward to working with you again. This has
Where'd you
been
fly
fun.
in
I
from?
thoroughly enjoy visiting with you guys. Where am I from?
Yeah, where'd you fly
I live in
from?
Woodbury, Minnesota. It's a suburb of St. Paul on the far east side of the Twin Cities. And we're right now building a home in the next community over, which is Cottage Grove, moving from a 3-level to a 1-level as I'm getting older.
Cousins that live in Anoka.
Know it well. Yeah, you make it up to the Twin Cities, bring a heavy coat.
I love
You're
going to-
probably getting.
And
snow.
call ahead, we'll do lunch.
Okay, I go to Wisconsin a lot.
Yeah,
I go there.
so does most of Minnesota.
Yes, I know.
Good to see you, Carol.
You remember when the bridge collapsed? I had just gone over there like
Oh, yeah.
5 days prior.
Yeah, that was really tragic.
That's crazy.
Really.
Anyway, ginger sip.
Hopefully, this latest piece of legislation is going to finally address some of our road bridges and roads. And
I hope so too, but I have a feeling like everything else the government does, it'll be squandered and shuffled off.
then the issue that, you know,
Infrastructure is horrible.
anybody outside of a major city is still using dial-up internet, which is kind of scary. I forgot that people still had dial-up internet.
I didn't know they did either.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that the
They're
government's
using
gonna fix it
AOL.
all.
You've got.
Huh?
I said, I think the government's gonna fix it
Like
all.
60%.
Oh, sure.
Like
Yeah.
60%.
With all their trillions of dollars.
60% of the country is in dial-up internet.
60%.
Yeah, it's all rural. It's
See, I think we're awful if it's not like this.
It was
Immediate.
that during COVID, it was
Wow.
so hard, 'cause
If I had to go back to Dallas, I think
2
I'd
weeks
die.
At the office, 2 weeks at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, go out and
Thank
sell
you.
a
Have a
house. Would
safe
you?
trip.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate everybody
Thank you,
coming today.
ladies,
and
too.
visiting.
I know.
Those on Zoom, thank you for
Thank
coming
you,
out.
Amanda. Thank
It
you.
was
Yeah.
very good, and a lot of good input.
Amanda and Becky are gonna send you out a little link to a 1-question survey. Maris asked me to do.
That's why I think.
Rachel and Ginger said thank you.
Thank
Thank
you, ladies.
you.
I appreciate it. Great input.
That wasn't good.